Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. The highest blessings to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on this delightful morning that we are able to attend the second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat 2022 and the third Islamic Management Development 2022. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to our conference today. Welcome aboard and thank you for joining us. May our program today run well without any troubles and obstacles. Ameen. We're so elated to inform you that this is our first collaboration conference organized by Kuliah Muamalat and Sains Pengurusan UniSHAMS with three other main collaborators from Center for Islamic Development Management Studies, ISDEF, USM, University Teknologi Mara, Kedah Darul Aman, College Islam Teknologi Antarabangsa Kitab Pulau Pinang, and Universitas Diponegoro, Undip, Indonesia. Now, the theme for the conference is Halal Services Industries, Developing Strategies, Resources, and Sustainability. And certainly the topic is relevant to be discussed nowadays in all aspects of economics, accounting, business, management, information technology, and many more. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to inaugurate our conference today, let's welcome our Vice Chancellor of UniSHAMS, the Most Honorable Professor Dr. Rasmadi Muhammad Naim, to deliver his welcoming speech.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعه ووالاه. Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His grace. We can gather on this glorious day to attend the second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat 2022 and third Islamic Management Development Conference 2022. Welcome and thank you for joining the conference. We are happy to inform you that this conference are the first collaboration conferences organized by Kuliah Muamalat and Sains Pengurusan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah UniSHAMS with three other main collaborators from Center of Islamic Development Management Studies ISDEF USM, University Teknologi Mara Kedah, College Islam Teknologi Antarabangsa Kitab Penang, and Universitas Diponegoro UNDIP Indonesia. It will be an honor for us to organize these two conferences this year with all our collaborators. The theme of these conferences is Halal Service Industry, Developing Strategies, Resource and Sustainability. For me, it is a very relevant topic to be discussed nowadays, covering various fields of study such as economics, accounting, business management, information technology, or any other related areas. We hope this conference can be a platform for all of us, academicians and industry players in halal industry in the world, to exchange ideas and experiences for the benefits of Ummah. We appreciate all the effort taken to organize these two conferences. Hereby, on behalf of UniSHAMS, welcome all participants to the conferences. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring you to our main agenda this morning, we'll be having our keynote speeches by our distinguished keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Shahir Akram Hassan from ISDEF.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Saudara-saudari yang dirahmati oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala sekalian. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi washabihi wa mawala. Pertama-tamanya terima kasih diucapkan kepada pengerusi majlis. Seterusnya terima kasih juga kepada pihak penganjur Second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat 2022 dan Third Islamic Development Development Conference IMDEC 2022, pihak UniSHAMS khususnya, seterusnya hadirin hadirat saudara-saudari yang dirahmati oleh Allah SWT sekalian. Jadi insya-Allah bersempena dengan INCEM dan IMDEC ini pada tahun 2022 bagi memenuhi amanah yang telah diberikan, saya ingin mengajak saudara-saudari untuk membincangkan sedikit sebanyak berkenaan penggunaan sumber alam dalam pembangunan berteraskan Islam. Yang saya masukkan di sini adalah utilization of natural resources in Islamic Development Management. Apabila kita berbincang tentang pembangunan, salah satu alat yang kita gunakan adalah sumber alam yang mana telah diamanahkan kepada kita sebagai khalifah di muka bumi ini. Dan Allah SWT telah menjelaskan sebenarnya apa sahaja yang kita buat sekiranya baik, kita akan dapat manfaat daripadanya, dan sekiranya kita buat secara tidak betul, kita akan dapat mudarat. Misalnya surah yang biasa dibacakan apabila berlaku sesuatu bencana, khususnya akibat perbuatan tangan manusia, seperti mana yang dibincangkan dalam surah Ar-Rum, Zaharal fasadu fil barri wal bahr bima kasabat aydin nas. Telah zahir kerosakan di atas muka bumi ini adalah berpunca daripada perbuatan tangan-tangan manusia. Jadi itu adalah sedikit sebanyak bertitik tolak daripada kesan macam mana manusia utilize menggunakan natural resources kita. Jadi apabila kita berbincang tentang natural resources daripada teori pembangunan lazim, ada satu teori yang mengatakan bahawa sekurang-kurangnya terdapat 4 faktor pengeluaran, iaitu tanah, buruh, modal dan keusahawanan. Ini dikemukakan oleh sarjana neoklasikal, klasikal barat seperti Adam Smith, Karl Marx dan lain-lain. Jadi dari sudut pandangan lazim, sumber alam merupakan faktor-faktor pengeluaran. Salah satu daripada faktor-faktor pengeluaran seperti mana tanah tadi, ataupun dia alat-alat pengeluaran seperti mana yang dinyatakan oleh golongan neoklasikal dan radikal lah. Faktor-faktor pengeluaran tadi neoklasikal, alat-alat pengeluaran bagi kumpulan yang radikal dalam konteks pembangunan lazim. Cuma apabila kita melihat kepada teori pembangunan lazim, dia adalah berasaskan kepada andaian bahawa sumber alam itu adalah terhad, scarcity of resources, dan sumber alam adalah sebagai given, iaitu sedia ada dan wujud sebagai semula jadi. Oleh itu penggunaan ataupun eksploitasi sumber alam boleh dibuat sebagaimana sepatutnya untuk memaksimumkan pengeluaran, memaksimumkan keunturan tanpa mengambil kira fungsi dan rahsia penciptaannya. Manakala jika kita lihat dari perspektif Islam, kita melihat Allah SWT sebagai pencipta sumber alam. Alam ini bukan terjadi wujud sedia ada, given, malah kita ada pemilik dia, alam ini. Jadi oleh kerana dia bukan milik kita, maka kita harus bertindak sewajarnya. Jadi pencipta sumber alam dan pemilik sumber alam adalah Allah. Sebagaimana yang Allah SWT nyatakan dalam Al-Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 21 hingga 22, ya ayyuhan nas ubudu rabbakumul ladzi khalaqakum walladzina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun alladzi ja'ala lakumul arda firasyan was samaa'a binaa'a wa anzala minas samaa'i ma'an fa akhraja bihi minats thamarati rizqan lakum fala taj'alu lillahi andadan wa antum ta'lamun. Dan begitulah juga dalam ayat-ayat yang lain. Misalnya ayat 22 menyatakan bahawa Allah SWT lah yang menjadikan bumi sebagai hamparan dan langit sebagai bangunan, iaitu binaan yang kukuh dalam segala isinya lah. Dan diturunkan daripada langit air, yang mana daripada air itu akan mengeluarkan tumbuh-tumbuhan, buah-buahan sebagai rezeki kepada semua umat manusia. Jadi fala taj'alu lillahi andadan wa antum ta'lamun. Maka janganlah kamu menjadi mengadakan sebarang sekutu bagi Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Jadi alam ini pemilik mutlak dia Allah, sebagaimana juga yang diceritakan dalam surah Al-Baqarah ayat 107 yang berbunyi alam ta'lam anna Allah lahu mulkus samawati wal ard wa ma lakum min dunillahi min waliyyin wala nasir. Tidakkah engkau mengetahui bahawa sesungguhnya Allah lah yang menguasai segala alam langit dan bumi, dan tiadalah bagi kamu selain Allah dan sesiapa pun yang dapat melindung dan dapat memberi pertolongan. Jadi pemilik mutlaknya Allah. Jadi rahsia penciptaannya adalah untuk rezeki kepada manusia, kepada orang yang beriman, dan juga kepada manusia umumnya sebagaimana yang dinyatakan dalam ayat 21 tadi. Dan juga tujuan dia adalah supaya kita minta pertolongan hanya kepada Allah dan tidak ada orang akan memberi pertolongan melainkan Allah, dan juga jangan sekali-kali menyekutukannya. Itu pandangan Islam terhadap pencipta dan pemilik mutlak bagi sumber alam ini. Jadi untuk menceritakan ini sebenarnya Profesor Dr. Muhammad Syukur Saleh, guru saya juga, ada menyatakan bahawa dalam membuat pembangunan berteraskan Islam, sekurang-kurangnya ada 7 prinsip. Tasawuf sebagai acuan, manusia sebagai pelaku, alam roh, alam dunia dan alam akhirat sebagai skala waktu pembangunan, ilmu fardu'ain sebagai kerangka pembangunan, sumber alam sebagai peralatan pembangunan, madratilah sebagai matlamat pembangunan. Jadi yang perspektif yang kita akan cerita hari ini adalah berkenaan dengan sumber alam sebagai peralatan pembangunan. Sebelum kita membincangkan bagaimanakah sewajarnya penggunaan sumber alam dalam pembangunan berteraskan Islam. Jadi bagi membincangkan penggunaan sumber alam dalam pembangunan berteraskan Islam ini, kita akan melihat tentang penciptanya siapa, pemilik mutlaknya siapa. Penciptanya Allah, pemilik mutlaknya Allah. Kita dah bincangkan tadi, apakah fungsi dia, apakah bersama ada sumber alam ini terbatas ataupun tidak, dan bagaimana menjadikan sumber alam sebagai alam pembangunan. Untuk melihat sebagai fungsi sumber alam, mari kita jenguk sebentar ayat Al-Quran surah An-Nahl ayat 5 hingga 8. Wal an'ama khalaqaha lakum fiha dif'un wa manafi'un wa minha ta'kulun wa lakum fiha jamalun hina turihuna wa hina tasrahun wa tahmilu athqalakum ila baladin lam takunu balighihi illa bishiqqil anfus inna rabbakum la ra'ufur rahim wal khayla wal bighala wal hamira litarkabuha wa zina wa yakhluqu ma la ta'lamun. Sumber alam ini berfungsi dia adalah sebagaimana misalnya binatang ternak itu diciptakan supaya terdapat padanya benda yang memanaskan tubuh daripada kulit dia. Kemudian daripadanya kamu makan, iaitu dagingnya. Dan juga mereka juga salah satu bentuk keindahan. So kita memelihara sebagai hobi, ketenangan dan sebagainya. Yang mana kita boleh jadikan sebagai untuk berehat, untuk membawanya keluar pada waktu pagi dan sebagainya. Dan binatang itu juga boleh digunakan untuk membawa barang-barang kamu ke mana negeri yang kamu susah nak pergi kerana barang yang banyak dan sebagainya. Dan begitulah juga sama ada kuda, baral, kedai, kamu menunggannya, jadikan perhiasan dan menjadikan daripada apa sahaja yang kamu tidak ketahui. Itu termasuk susunya dan sebagainya. So, banyak fungsi alam adalah untuk mengkhidmat kepada manusia. Allah sebagai pencipta, pemilik, diciptakan untuk manusia agar manusia sedar tentang keesaan Allah. Itu yang penting. Apatah lagi manusia berserah diri kepada Allah supaya beriman. Dan mereka ini diciptakan, sumber alam ini diciptakan sebagai bukti ketakwaan, sebagai salah satu ayat, salah satu bukti kekuasaan Allah dan sebagai satu alat untuk manusia mencapai keimanan dan ketakwaan. Selain untuk kegunaan manusia, sama ada sebagai pembangunan secara umumnya ataupun material ataupun rohani secara khususnya. Itu sumber alam menurut Al-Quran. Jadi dalam perbincangan ini juga, teori pembangunan lazim biasanya akan menceritakan tentang sumber alam itu terhad, kemauan manusia tidak terhad. Maka timbullah andaian yang lain juga apabila di mana ada permintaan, maka supply and demand, ada permintaan akan naik harga, tidak ada permintaan harga akan turun. Itu adalah konsep supply and demand juga. Dan juga bertitik rapat dengan sumber alam itu terhad, kemana manusia tak terhad. Kalau sumber alam itu terhad, maka perlu diletakkan harga bagi mengelakkan daripada kemahuan manusia yang tidak terhad itu sebagai harga kepada apa yang kita perlu bayar lah. Sebagaimana yang kita ceritakan tadi. Ini sebagai biasanya yang dibincangkan dalam konteks sumber alam dan mempengaruhi ekonomi manusia. Tapi dari perspektif Islam, perspektif Tauhid, sumber alam ini tidak terhad kerana sekurang-kurangnya 4 faktor. Yang pertama, konsep rezeki. Yang kedua, konsep barakah. Yang ketiga, pengagihan semula sumber. Dan yang keempat, kaedah penggunaan sumber alam. Yang pertama, konsep rezeki. Rezeki manusia dijamin oleh Allah. Rezeki untuk setiap manusia itu ada. Yang kedua, konsep barakah. Mendapat restu daripada Allah SWT. Kemudian sedikit sudah cukup. Tapi banyak habis. Puas, qanaah, sejahtera dan bahagia. Jadi kepuasan tidak bergantung kepada kuantiti tetapi kepada kualiti. Bagi pengagihan sumber alam, semula ini Islam juga telah mencadangkan supaya kaedahnya daripada wahyu, zakat, sedekah, hadiah, cukai dan sebagainya yang ada dibincangkan dalam konteks kita. Jadi perbezaan rezeki memberi peluang kepada orang yang kaya menjalankan tanggungjawab sosial kepada mereka yang miskin. Sebagaimana zakat misalnya, tukhadhu min aghniyaihim, diambil daripada orang kaya dan dibahagikan kepada fuqara. Dan kaedah penggunaan sumber alam juga, kita tidak mengikut berdasarkan kemahuan, berdasarkan nafsu manusia. Yang mana dalam Islam kita ada tingkatan-tingkatan nafsu. Kita elakkan daripada kepenggunaan berdasarkan amarah, lawamah ataupun mulhamah. Tapi berasaskan kepada mutmainnah, nafsu yang mutmainnah yang dapat dikawal dengan sifat qanaahnya, dengan sifat zuhudnya dan sebagainya. Begitu juga dalam Islam kita ada kepenggunaan berdasarkan daruriyat, hajiat dan tahsiniyat. Oleh itu, dalam membincangkan tentang sumber alam sebagai alat pembangunan dalam konsep pembangunan berdasarkan Islam itu sendiri, manusia tidak mungkin dapat membuktikan kehambaan dan kekhalifahan kepada Allah SWT tanpa menggunakan sumber alam sebagai alat pembangunan. Dan Allah SWT juga telah menciptakan sumber alam sebagai ujian. Sama ada manusia itu akan patuh kepada dan taat kepada Allah SWT sebagaimana yang telah dijanjikan ketika alam roh dan pada pembuktiannya pada ketika berada di dunia dan sebelum akhirnya akan dibalas pada alam akhirat. Walau bagaimanapun, manusia wajib menggunakan sumber alam mengikut etika dan peraturan yang ditetapkan oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala bagi memastikan pembangunan yang dilakukan itu, penggunaan utilization of natural resources itu adalah berdasarkan kepada etika dan syariat yang Allah SWT tetapkan kepada kita. Jadi sebagai kesimpulannya, sumber alam adalah sebagai alat pembangunan. Jadi penggunaan sumber alam berdasarkan pembangunan berteraskan Islam menjadi mempunyai satu kaedah yang tersendiri sebagaimana yang telah dibincangkan oleh Muhammad Syakir Saleh dan juga sekolah-sekolah lain dalam Islam, bahawa dia adalah menjadi kewajipan kepada kita untuk menggunakan alat itu mengikut kepercayaan akidah, syariat dan akhlak Islam, bukannya mengikut kehendak nafsu kita. Jadi setakat itu saja untuk keynote kita pada pagi ini. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Our second keynote speaker is Datuk Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdul from Kitab.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Pertamanya saya ingin mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada penganjur bagi Second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat 2022 dan Third Islamic Management Development Conference IMDEC 2022. Di atas kesempatan ini menjemput saya sebagai pengucap utama, keynote speaker bagi conference yang diadakan ini. Tema bagi conference ini adalah Halal Services Industries, Developing Strategies, Resources and Sustainability. Tajuk yang akan disampaikan oleh saya dalam sesi keynote ini adalah berkaitan dengan integrasi pengurusan risiko enterprise dan perkhidmatan industri halal, strategi dan sinergi. Sekiranya dilihat dari sudut peluang industri halal ini, dari sudut penduduk dunia pada tahun ini 2022 adalah 7.96 bilion, dengan jumlah penduduk Islam di seluruh dunia 1.59 bilion, iaitu 23.2% daripada keseluruhan penduduk dunia. Dengan jangkaan pada tahun 2060 oleh Pew Research Center, pada tahun 2060 nanti 50% adalah Islam, 50% adalah Kristian, iaitu 3 bilion. Dengan jumlah penduduk dunia 3 bilion daripada umat Islam ini merupakan satu peluang dalam industri halal ini untuk berkembang dengan lebih maju. Diikuti dengan penduduk-penduduk dalam agama yang lain. Sekiranya dilihat dalam carta ini adalah sekarang ini 31.5% iaitu Kristians, 23.2% adalah Islam, dan yang lain-lain diikuti dengan agama Hindu, agama Buddhis, ya, 16.3%, 15%. Jadi dalam konteks umat Islam seluruh dunia, kita lihat bahawa peluang industri halal cukup meyakinkan kita. Dalam konteks industri halal makanan dan minuman sahaja, pada hari ini dianggarkan sebanyak 2.1 trilion US dollar, lebih kurang 8.72 trilion ringgit Malaysia, dengan industri domestik dan pharmaceutical halal yang tertinggi sebanyak 136 bilion US dollar, iaitu bersamaan dengan 564.74 bilion. Dengan jumlah ini, maknanya peluang industri halal berkembang cukup tinggi. Jadi isunya dalam konteks peluang industri halal, tiada logo halal standard dan isu integriti halal di seluruh rangkaian bekalan. Jadi dalam konteks Malaysia, yang bertindak sebagai pusat kecemerlangan global bagi latihan dan profesional halal persijinan halal, telah mengeluarkan garis panduan halal yang standard di peringkat global. Jadi satu peluang dalam industri halal untuk kita berkembang dan melonjakkan aktiviti-aktiviti yang telah digaris panduankan oleh Malaysia melalui Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia. Kos tinggi kepada PKS untuk menepati garis panduan JAKIM yang melibatkan kos ubah suai kilang, peralatan baru, bahan mentah import yang merangkumi dalam garis panduan JAKIM kepada industri PKS ini yang melibatkan kos yang tinggi. Maka oleh itu, integrasi pengurusan risiko enterprise dalam pelaksanaan industri halal ini amat penting kerana ia mempunyai manfaat-manfaat yang besar apabila syarikat-syarikat ini melaksanakan ERM bagi yang dapat menjimatkan kos operasi secara keseluruhannya. Peluang industri halal dalam konteks ini ada dua garis panduan utama yang dapat meningkatkan sinergi, iaitu MS 1500 tahun 2009, iaitu berkaitan dengan makanan halal, pengeluaran, penyediaan, pengendalian dan penyimpanan, iaitu garis panduan umum, dan kita integratekan dengan ISO 31000 Risk Management Principles and Guidelines tahun 2018. Dengan integrasi di antara garis panduan ini dan juga Principle and Guidelines Risk Management ini akan membentuk sinergi bagi meningkatkan peluang dalam industri halal yang secara keseluruhannya dapat mengurangkan kos operasi yang saya sebutkan isu tadi. Apa yang dimaksudkan dengan pengurusan risiko enterprise? Ada dua kategori di sini. Yang pertamanya adalah ERM, Enterprise Risk Management dalam konteks basket. Berbeza dengan pengurusan risiko enterprise secara tradisional yang dilaksanakan secara silo. So, apa yang dimaksudkan dengan ERM secara basket ini? Iaitu satu proses pengurusan risiko yang paling signifikan terhadap pencapaian objektif secara holistik, menguruskan semua jenis risiko secara basket, iaitu secara top down, daripada top management kepada bottom of management. Jadi dalam konteks ini, risk management perlu dilaksanakan secara integrated, iaitu melalui satu integrasi yang melibatkan pihak atasan kepada pihak bawahan yang dapat secara keseluruhan mencapai objektif secara keseluruhannya. Berbeza dengan pengurusan risiko enterprise tradisional, iaitu secara silo, iaitu pengurusan risiko tidak disatukan, dikendalikan secara berasingan berdasarkan kepada Author J dan Gallagher tahun 2009 mengatakan bahawa pengurusan risiko pada masa lalu dilaksanakan secara berasingan yang tidak integrate daripada top management kepada bottom management. Maka akhirnya signifikan tetapi terbatas berdasarkan pada Beasley tahun 2016. Maka kelemahannya, pemisahan risiko dikendalikan oleh individu. Ketidakcekapan dalam pengurusan risiko akan menyebabkan pengurusan risiko itu dikendalikan secara tidak efektif. Pengurusan risiko enterprise ERM ini, Enterprise Risk Management, merupakan satu daripada 20 breakthrough ideas for 2004 berdasarkan pada laporan Harvard Business Review pada tahun 2004, di mana 420 syarikat di USA telah disenaraikan melaksanakan ERM secara sepenuhnya, iaitu Enterprise Risk Management, yang melibatkan syarikat awam, public listed company dan juga financial institution. Dan IRM ini adalah model utama yang dapat membantu organisasi menangani risiko dan pada masa yang sama akan dapat meningkatkan prestasi syarikat. Pelaksanaan IRM dalam organisasi memberi impak terhadap prestasi organisasi jika diuruskan secara efektif. Berdasarkan kepada Callahan 2017, Zhu and Hassan 2017 dan juga Shima pada tahun 2013. Maka fakta yang ditunjukkan bahawa organisasi yang melaksanakan IRM ini dapat mengurangkan risiko operasi 63% dan juga dapat mengurangkan kerugian operasi sebanyak 35% pada tahun 2016. Terdapat 7 standard pengurusan risiko yang dapat diintegrasikan dalam industri halal ini, iaitu ISO 31000 Risk Management Principles and Guidelines 2018, iaitu prinsip dan garis panduan generik pelaksanaan pengurusan risiko. Yang keduanya adalah AS NZS 4360, iaitu 1997 Risk Management BS daripada Australia dan juga New Zealand, ya, panduan generik dalam pelaksanaan 5 proses pengurusan risiko, iaitu pengenalpastian risiko, analisis risiko, penilaian risiko, rawatan risiko, pemantauan secara berterusan terhadap risiko yang telah dikenal pasti. CAN CSA Q85097, iaitu Risk Management Guideline for Decision Makers, Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Tradeway Committee. Guideline ini membantu pembuat keputusan menguruskan isu risiko dengan berkesan kecederaan ataupun kerosakan kesihatan, harta benda, persekitaran dan sesuatu nilai. Treasury Board of Canada Integrated Risk Management Framework, Secretariat of the Treasury Board of Canada 2001 telah menggariskan pendekatan komprehensif yang menyepadukan pengurusan risiko dengan lebih baik ke dalam pembuatan keputusan strategik. GISQ 2001 Guidelines for Development and Implementation of Risk Management System Japanese Standard Association 2001 yang dikeluarkan oleh kerajaan Jepun yang menggariskan prinsip dan elemen ini boleh digunakan untuk mana-mana jenis organisasi dan sebarang jenis risiko. Firma AMIC, Alam dan juga IRM, Risk Management Standard Institute of RIMS, IRM and AI pada tahun 2002. Standard ini mewakili amalan terbaik yang boleh digunakan oleh organisasi untuk mengukur diri mereka sendiri. Jadi ada 7 standard pengurusan risiko yang boleh dipilih untuk dilaksanakan. Ketujuh-tujuh standard pengurusan risiko ini adalah amalan yang terbaik dalam pelaksanaan IRM dan dikaitkan dengan industri pengurusan halal yang dapat mencapai objektif sebuah syarikat. Terdapat 8 pengurusan risiko yang digariskan yang dapat meningkatkan value creation and protection. Yang pertamanya adalah integrated risk management dalam konteks rangka kerja dan proses disesuaikan dan seimbang. Yang kedua, structured and comprehensive, keperluan pendekatan berstruktur dan komprehensif. Dan ketiga, keperluan penglibatan yang sesuai dan tepat pada masanya oleh pihak berkepentingan. 4. Pengurusan risiko adalah sebahagian daripada semua aktiviti organisasi. 5. Pengurusan risiko yang menjangka, mengesan, mengakui dan bertindak balas terhadap perubahan. 6. Pengurusan risiko dengan jelas mempertimbangkan apa-apa batasan maklumat yang ada. 7. Faktor manusia dan budaya mempengaruhi semua aspek pengurusan risiko. 8. Pengurusan risiko perlu terus diperbaharui dan pembelajaran dan pengalaman. Ini adalah 8 prinsip pengurusan risiko berdasarkan kepada ISO 3100 2018 yang perlu diikuti dalam konteks pelaksanaan IRM. Dalam konteks kerangka pengurusan risiko, ia melibatkan kepimpinan dan juga komitmen, leadership and commitment, dengan 3 kerangka pengurusan risiko. Yang pertamanya tumpuan kepada kepimpinan pengurusan risiko, atasan. Memastikan pengurusan risiko disatukan ke dalam semua aktiviti organisasi bermula dengan tadbir urus, iaitu governance organisasi. Yang kedua, penekanan yang lebih besar terhadap pengurusan risiko berulang, pengalaman baru, pengetahuan dan analisis untuk semakan semula proses, tindakan dan kawalan pada setiap peringkat proses, dan yang ketiganya adalah memperkemaskinikan kandungan dengan tumpuan yang lebih besar untuk mengekalkan model sistematik terbuka yang perlu sentiasa mendapat maklum balas dengan persikaran luaran untuk memenuhi pelbagai keperluan dan konteks. Terdapat 6 proses pengurusan risiko yang dilaksanakan yang boleh diaplikasikan dalam konteks industri halal ini. Yang pertamanya adalah prosedur dan praktis aktiviti komunikasi dan perundingan. Yang kedua, menetapkan skop, konteks dan kriteria. Yang ketiga, akses kepada risiko, iaitu mengenal pasti risiko, analisis risiko dan penilaian risiko. Dan proses yang keempat adalah merawat risiko. Proses yang kelima, memantau dan membuat semakan ke atas risiko. Dan yang keenam, rekod dan juga laporan. Plan pengurusan risiko halal ini melibatkan 5 perkara. Iaitu yang pertamanya Halal Control Point, HCP, iaitu mengenal pasti kawalan halal, halangan pencemaran, pematuhan halal rantaian bekalan. Yang keduanya adalah risiko halal, penentuan HCP iaitu Halal Control Point dan membangunkan plan pengurusan risiko halal. Dan yang ketiga, membangunkan mekanisme kawalan iaitu kaedah, kekerapan dan siapa yang perlu mengawal risiko ini. Dan yang keempat, tindakan pembetulan serta yang terakhirnya adalah rekod. Ini adalah plan pengurusan risiko halal. Dengan melibatkan strategi dan sinergi dalam konteks perancangan dan kesepaduan yang melibatkan proses dan juga plan, iaitu dalam konteks proses 5 tadi, identifikasi risiko, pengukuran risiko dengan membuat penilaian risiko, kawalan risiko dan juga pemantauan risiko, yang melibatkan plan pengurusan risiko halal dalam 4 perkara, iaitu Halal Control Point, risiko halal, mekanisme kawalan, tindakan pembetulan dan juga rekod. Yang integrasi IRM dan juga plan pengurusan risiko halal ini akan menghasilkan perkhidmatan efektif industri halal. Sama ada yang melibatkan pengurusan tertinggi industri, audit halal dalaman, jawatan kuasa halal dalaman dan juga eksekutif halal yang bergerak secara efektif yang akhirnya akan dapat mewujudkan satu polisi halal, prosedur kawalan risiko halal dan prosedur kesanan dalam konteks risiko. Jadi sekiranya kita melaksanakan IRM dalam konteks kesepaduan dengan industri halal akan membentuk strategi dan juga sinergi dalam konteks perancangan dan kesepaduan yang akan menghasilkan satu pengurusan risiko yang efektif yang dapat mencapai matlamat sesebuah organisasi dalam konteks industri halal ini. Jadi saya kira sampailah masanya pelaksanaan enterprise risk management ini diambil kira dalam sangat penting untuk dilaksanakan oleh industri halal. Dan sekali lagi saya ucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur dalam waktu yang terbatas ini. Saya dapat untuk berkongsi dengan para hadirin sekalian berkenaan dengan enterprise risk management, iaitu pengurusan risiko enterprise yang dapat integrasikan dalam konteks industri pengurusan halal dalam mencapai objektif syarikat secara keseluruhannya. Jadi saya sudahi dengan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, inviting our third keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Roshima Said from UITM.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera to all the participants who actually attend to this conference known as Second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat 2022 and also the Third Islamic Management Development Conference IMDEC 2022. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Roshima Said, and actually I'm from Accounting Research Institute, UITM, and actually I represent as an associate fellow of this RE UITM. Okay. Before I start, I would like to express my appreciations to Kuliah Muamalat and also Sains Pengurusan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah UniSHAMS for inviting me to actually deliver my keynote speech, something that related to the theme of this conference, something that related about halal industry. So allow me to speak on what we call something that related to my experience, where actually I did 5 years research on this, and also it's almost 10 years how the chronology how I started with a research, and then I developed myself and my team members developed a prototype known as what we call Islamic Corporate Ethical Identity Indexing System. So before I go further, so allow me to give a very brief introductions about this corporate ethical identity. Okay. So as we know that Malaysia's efforts to keep its positions as the leader of the Islamic capital market actually needs and to requires the Sharia compliant organizations to embrace what we can say in Islamic business ethics. Why? Because this is one way to values what we call to gain trust and also the confidence of the Muslim investors and also stakeholders by demonstrating their sincerity and also seriousness about this what we call in complying with Islam's value. Okay. As we know that Malaysia this is one way where Malaysia will be able to establish what we call a comprehensive accounting, tax and also regulatory framework. Okay, so as we know that capital, why it is important to have this what we call comprehensive accounting, tax and so on, because this framework is very important because it is one way to reinforce what we call its objective as the champions of the Islamic capital market, but by a way in promoting what we call extensive transparency and also accountability. Okay, this is very important. So as we know that in the midst of rising corporate failures and also fraud, okay, it is hoped that by incorporating or in cultivating this what we call Islamic business ethics, it will help in a way to improve the issues of ethics and also higher ethical values, and also will give more ethical corporate culture. So can I say that how actually the field of ethics actually can assist the achievements of sustainable development goals? To tell the truth, when we talk about sustainable development goals, we know we have 17 SDGs that we need to fulfill. So we are moving towards that. So therefore, in order to achieve these goals, the 17 goals, it is really important to all the businesses, especially when for the Islamic also with the Sharia compliant organizations to instill this what we call Islamic business ethics or values in order to be seen as a company with high ethical values. So where this company have been seen as high ethical value, it can be actually in the best way they can actually achieve what we call sustainable development goals. Okay. So when we talk about corporate identity, allow me to talk about this, what we call the corporate identity and its importance. Okay, so before we go further, allow me to give a very brief idea what is corporate identity is all about. Okay, when we talk about corporate identity, so by looking at the names of the logos of the symbols of the company, we can automatically foresee that these companies will have or high ethical value. So it is important for a particular company to have this what we call a very good or very high ethical values or identity, so that it is one way to attract more investors to come or to invest in their company. Okay, as we know that corporate ethical identity is actually represents the organization's ethical behavior or attitude or communication. Also, it also talks about the practices and also the belief that can be used by the stakeholders in order to compare its ethical claim with ethical stance of the corporations. Okay. Okay, as we know that the ethical stance of every organizations, it is actually based on the expectations of the community or the society. So therefore, it is important for the company actually to inculcate this what we call a high corporate ethical values, so that it will represent their ethical corporate identity. Okay, so basically, corporate identity is actually described very widely and also in this marketing field or area as the what we call distinctive characteristics of the corporation. This is actually defined by the Balmer 1998 and also the Baron et al. 2005, where they describe ethical identity as something that can offers what we call informational value and also increases shareholders' value by positively impacting the stakeholder satisfactions. That is what we call corporate identity is all about. Okay. Yes, when we talk about this corporate identity and its importance, the trademark that runs through the center of everything a company does and communicate is what we call its corporate identity. Okay, so can I say that initially identity and also image, as well as the advertising firms, use the concept to design the logos and also the images to represent the company. So it's actually now become more widely where the corporations try to define the overall picture of how corporation present themselves, to various stakeholders. That is what we call identity. So we don't want to be seen as a company that company with high profit or high values, shareholders value. But we also want a company represent our company in a way that actually when people are looking at this company with high ethical values, this is what we call a corporate identities. Okay. So previously, people seen a company by looking at their logos and also symbols, the symbols. Okay, but can I say for this corporate identity, it is important for the organizations actually trying to manage and also communicate their operations is much more important, so that it is actually can capture the attentions of the stakeholders. The way how they communicate and also manage their operations to the other stakeholders is very important to per se saying how ethical they are to the stakeholders. Okay. Yes, to tell the truth, a strong identity has a number of potential advantages to an organizations. So past study have proved this, and where and also my research also have proved that they actually a positive relationship between a company with high ethical values and its performance, because a past study has proved that there are potential advantages to an organization where the company have a very strong identity. So one of it is, can I say, with this strong identity or corporate identity, so the company can attract a quality and also efficient personnel or staff. Yes, let's say we as a community or society, we want to join a company that can sustain forever. That is what we call sustainability. We want a business that can sustain forever, because not forever meaning to say in a long-term period. That is what we call the advantages of having this strong identity. And yes, another advantages, or can I say, of this strong identity or corporate identity is it can cultivate employee motivations. Another advantages is it can enhance firm's performance indirectly. So it can be enhance firm performance, because it's already proven is actually there is a positive relationship between this identity and also firm's performance. Okay. Yes, many past studies actually hypothesize on saying that they analyze the relationship between corporate ethical identity and also the financial performance, and they found is a positive relationship between these two elements. So they define corporate ethical identity as the set of behaviors, communications and also stance that are representative of an organization's ethical attitudes and also beliefs. So the study by Baron et al. Found that firms with a strong ethical identity basically achieve a greater degree of stakeholder satisfactions. Basically, it would turn in positively influence a firm's financial performance. So therefore, because of these motivations, because of these motivations actually lead to my group members and to my team members to develop a prototype known as a corporate ethical identity indexing system, because this is the time to do the right thing. So we can see the power of doing the right thing, because we can achieve what we call, not only we can achieve high value, high shareholders, positive shareholders value, but at the same time we can also have what we call give a positive impact to the stakeholders value. That's why it is good to do the right thing, what we call the power of doing the right thing. So allow me to give a brief descriptions about this ICI indexing system. We actually developed an index with its actually distinctive value-based ethical system for business dealings, particularly for Sharia compliant financial product and so organizations. And as we know, many indices or index focuses on Sharia compliance of the product. Our prototype is actually focuses on the overall assessments of both product and also companies that offer the Sharia compliant product. So the product is known as Islamic Corporate Ethical Identity Indexing System. Okay. So basically, to come up with these two prototypes is not 1 year research. It's almost 10 years, and I stopped for a while, and actually I have met all those bankers and also financial institutions to introduce the product. but this is not, to tell the truth, it's not a 5 years or 2 years or 3 years research. It's more than that. It's almost 10 to 12 years research to come up with this, what we call tool indexing system, known as indexing system for a company and also for regulator. Okay. So our product offers two new dimensions in Islamic finance, because we are moving away from mechanically legal and we are moving towards what we call a value-based analysis. Okay, so we include criteria that are consistent, also parallel to what we call ethics, and we also, in addition, the criteria for ICEI is geared towards what we call fulfillment of the maqasid of Sharia, rather than merely conforming to the Sharia compliance requirements. Okay. So, talking about our innovation, the second one, the existing, as I mentioned earlier, the existing indices measure a firm's degree of Sharia compliance, but the ICEI, our prototype or our indexing, is not a prototype. Yes, it's a prototype and it's ready. Actually, the systems are already ready, and it actually takes the analysis a step further by emulating the criteria but into a comprehensive system which can be used by firms, rating agencies, or any other monitoring institutions. So we hope that in the near future, the ICEI will complement other existing Sharia regulatory framework to ensure that more prudent and also stable Islamic financial market. So these are the components or the descriptions. So after a series of discussions with not only with the academicians or scholars, but we also have discussed with the practitioners and also the regulatories. We also met all the Islamic banks and also IBIMS, Association of Islamic Banking Institutions. We met all those IBIMs. So after a series of discussions, basically we start with 5 themes first, and total 5 themes and only 87 items. So with a series of discussions, we came out with many items. We start with we refined 3 times to come out with what we call 310. We started with 87 items, only 5 themes, and after 3 times refining the items, we came out with 310 items after a series of discussions with scholars and also practitioners and also regulatory such as IB and also all the Islamic banking institutions. Okay. So these are the scoring and the methodology. As I mentioned earlier, we have like 8 teams, and then how this is the system framework. Also, we do have many ways. It involved the scholars to come and join us to come up with this system. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, we do have 2 prototype. One's for the company itself or for the Islamic or for the Sharia compliant organizations, and also for the regulatory to rank their Islamic corporate ethical identity. So this is the system of flows. So, and for sure we have the same things, but yet for the regulatory is slightly different because we have to put more elements in the report so that they will come up with report that to compare or to rank which organization will have higher rank and which one will have lower ranks of Islamic corporate ethical identity. Okay, so these are the logos for the company and also for the regulators. And this is how we interpret the index. So basically it's 100%. So we do have what we call low conformity if 0, or highest one is 100% showing high conformity. Okay. So yes, basis of the interpretations, we actually assigns scores for companies on scale of 0. 0 means non-conformity, 100 means a full conformity. So ratings of the companies are given based on the scores obtained by the companies. Yes. So this is the indicators. So so the indicators will be given. So if you can mark here the score, so the red colors it represents the risky zone, whereas the green color represents the comfort zones. Okay. So I would like to share with you that the Sphere Institute. So Sphere is because of this Sphere Institute motivate me to come up with this indexing system, because Sphere Institute is actually a profit I think a non-profit organizations that defines and measure corporate ethical standards. They also recognize companies that excel and also promote best practices in corporate ethics. So dia macam rank which company is the most highest and the best one. Okay. So these are the website of this Ethisphere. So they can from this website they they will give a questionnaire for all those participated companies to answer all the questions. So from there, they will rank which company will become the world most ethical companies and so on. So yes, this is the examples of companies that have been ranked or being become one of the most ethical companies in 2020 by this Ethisphere Institute. So one of it, if I'm not mistaken, is L'Oreal is one of it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and then we do have Accenture's CEO, and we do have what we call General Motors and many others. So you can just go and freely go to the website of this Ethisphere Institute to see which company actually have been named as the most ethical world most ethical companies. So this is where actually motivate me to come up with this indexing system. One of the reasons why we come up with this indexing system. Okay. Yes, you can go and see this what we call the Ethisphere or Ethisphere Institute, how they rank or how they name these companies to become world most ethical companies. Okay. Yes, this is the 2020 the world most ethical companies. You can see the latest one 2022. We have yes 3M how to pronounce it. I think Accenture and also on. Yes, they started I think in 2007 until now. So yes, if you look at here, Starbucks, Dell, Xerox, Ryko have been named as world most ethical companies. Okay, in the year 2016. This is 2016. You can see now we do have, if I'm not mistaken, they already come up with the 2022 the world most ethical companies. Okay. Yes. Coming back to this SEI, so I can say that the benefits of SEI is it's important to have one system that can measure against standards. So this SEI also can recognize excellence and also can encourage a long-term partnership approach based on the what we call mutual interests and also a spirit of cooperations. So it's one way to inspire advancements. When we have this indexing system, we can see which company will become the most highest ethical value or most highest ethical identity as compared to the lowest one. So this is the time to have that kind of indexing system to rank in a way that to inspire advancement. And also ICEI is also one indexing system that we are trying our best to move away from legal-based analysis towards what we call value-based analysis of companies. So yes, this is another benefit of CEI. So can create and communicate positive image, and also avoiding unnecessary risk, and also validating return on investments, improving employee morale, and so on. Okay. Yes, I just want to touch just a little bit about corporate ethical issues in the age of this coronavirus COVID-19. So I just want to share COVID-19 crisis increased risk of unethical conduct in corporate India by Ernst & Young survey, where the COVID-19 crisis has magnified the risk of unethical conduct in corporate India as businesses face severe and also widespread of disruptions in operations, supply chains, and also workforce. So 37% are saying that because of this, what we call declining financial performance, disruptions of traditional working patterns, and many more. And I'm sure because of this COVID-19 situations, because of that impact, it will change 360 degrees how businesses actually try to cope with this impact or effect of this coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, these are the something that we can ponder and think about with this coronavirus. I think corporate ethical issues is something that need to pay attention because of what happened for businesses who are facing falling revenue. So they are trying their best to increase their revenues in a way or to sustain or to maintain their shareholders, and also in a way to attract potential shareholders, and I'm sure, or potential investors. So I'm sure they are trying their best. So in order to go back and try to increase back their revenues, and I'm sure they need to do in an ethical way, not in a way that actually can lead to what we call fraud and so on, or what we call companies failures in the future. Yes, you can see when we talk about this COVID-19 virus spreads, the impact is now the companies need to pay more attention on their health, their workforce health, and also safety. It's now become the primary concern because we never know something might happen. This crisis not only talking about the COVID-19, but it also can be another crisis in the future. So this is the time for all the corporations to well prepare on this, what we call the potential crisis that might come in the future. Okay. Yes, COVID-19, the implications for businesses. So I'm trying to just give a brief explanations the implication for business, and I'm sure because of this COVID-19, because the economy is instability, can I say that? So it will increase disparities, and it will lead to what we call world poverty will be increases, and I'm sure it will lead to what we call suffering formulation, for example, suffering within the B40 groups by this what we call disrupting distributions networks, and because of this in a way it can lead to what we call escalating inequalities, poverties, and also difficulties. Okay, so yes, so therefore this is the time for the governments or for whatever countries to embrace to what we call, this is one of my research that I'm trying to introduce what we call a new concept known as community-based responsibility approach, where it is a way, is it the time with the COVID-19 situation, is it timely for the businesses to what we call embrace the CBR, or known as community-based responsibility approach. Why? Because it is a way to promote engage and also sustainable communities based on social justice and also mutual respect. So this CBR is actually the set of processes, programs, and also strategies and also activities that contribute to what we call the long-term viability of community. So what else that we want to contribute as a company or as a business? This is something that what something that we need to think about, that something that we can give back to the society is. This is the time for the company, for the businesses to giving back to the society. And I'm sure because of the COVID-19 pandemic situations, it's affect the community a lot, Yes, the CBR, can I say the community-based responsibility actually is aspire or bring a deeper and more in-depth understanding of poverty by gaining what we call a better knowledge of its origins, and also trying to looking at the poorest community in their situations from their point of view, or from their viewpoint, as well as it's a time for the company to putting poverty reduction strategies in place in their companies. So if companies with a strong ethical identity, and I'm sure with the COVID-19 pandemic situations, they will think about this community-based responsibility as one strategy or approach in a way they are trying to improve the poor standards of living, trying to have what we call poverty alleviation programs. So they need to have this all those poverty alleviations initiative must be meticulously designed or well designed, and I'm sure because of pandemic, the community is the one is actually have a very hard impact from this COVID-19. Okay, I think this is the time for the company to what we call to actively participated by giving back to the community in the form of financial support. I think medical equipment and also supplies to the to 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 many people that might be needed during this pandemic, and also after pandemic. We call this as epidemic situations. Okay, so this is the time for the company to creating synergy in innovations development, such as assisting small business firms in operating online businesses. Maybe this is one way of the CSR practices for them, So, so besides that, maybe businesses can help the education system by offering a free technological training to educators, university lecturers, just like us, and also giving information technology, meaning to say a training, free technology training to information technology staff and so on. Okay. This is where I would like to quote my writings in New Straits Times. I have seen something that what we call, if all parties actually mobilize their energy and work together to overcome these chaotic situations, so as the adage says, berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing, there will be a ray of hope at the end of the tunnel, So I think that's all from me, and with that, thank you so much for your attention. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Now, inviting our fourth keynote speaker, all the way from Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Faisal Tahir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning for all the participants of the second International Multidisciplinary Conference of Muamalat and the third Islamic Management Development Conference. I'm Faisal from Department of Accounting, Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang, Indonesia. Okay, I would like to start my presentation. Islamic economic growth is moving in line with the increasing potential consumption of halal products in the world. As an illustration, the number of Muslims of the world population in 2015, it was 1.7 billion people, and increased to 1.8 billion people in 2019. The Muslim population is expected to continue to increase until it reaches 2.9 billion people by 2060. Various efforts have been made by the Indonesian government to encourage the sustainability of the halal industry, including making strategic policies. Indonesia has great potential in the halal market both nationally and globally. First, Indonesia is the country with the largest number of Muslims in the world. Second, the majority of Indonesia's population is Muslim. And third, there is a demographic bonus until 2035, which shows the productive age group is the largest part, about 67.69% of the Indonesian population. With this potential, the need for halal products in Indonesia will continue to grow and get bigger. For example, the performance of national halal industry shows very rapid progress. Based on the report of the State of Global Islamic Economic Report in 2019, Indonesia ranked 5th in the global Islamic economy after Malaysia, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. Even though in 2018, Indonesia still occupies rank at the 10th. However, this position is still considered not optimal because the needs of the Indonesian people for halal product still rely on halal product outside of Indonesia from imports, especially for food and beverage, pharmaceutical, and cosmetic products. On the other hand, there is a positive fact that public awareness of the importance of halal products is increasing. The revival of the national halal industry is a moment for the business world to further mobilize the domestic halal industry to meet people's need for halal product both nationally and globally. With the increasing movement of the domestic halal industry, Indonesia will become a major player in the world Islamic economy. Various policies that encourage the growth of the halal industry have been carried out and continue to be carried out. For example, in 2016, the President issued Presidential Regulation number 91 on the National Committee for Islamic Finance. The National Committee on Islamic Finance is a forum for coordination, synchronization, and synergy of direction, strategic policies, and programs for national development in the Islamic financial sector that have the task of accelerating, expanding, and advancing the development of Islamic finance to support national economic development. The big goal of the national strategy for halal industry development in 2019 is the rise of Indonesia halal industry that is efficient, competitive, updates to new technologies, for example, economic digitalization, and sustainability to support the nation's economic growth and become a reference for the world's Islamic economy. The first strategy is as a global hub development strategy. The purpose of this strategy is to create Indonesia as an international halal hub in the production and trade of the world halal products. This strategy provides a direction in optimizing the potential advantages of halal hubs in each region and comparative advantage, so that Indonesia becomes a major player in the global halal industry. The Global Hub Development Strategy is achieved by some of strategy, for example, collaboration with world industry players, government support in the form of ease of permits, halal supply chain integration, and halal certification. The next strategy is to develop research and development non-halal substitution based on the domestically produced material and the application of halal industrial material regulation. The second strategy for the research and regulation is strengthen the laboratory services, government intervention through setting standards for halal certification costs for medium, small enterprises, medium and large entrepreneurs, and strengthen halal development institution. The third national strategy is industrialization and small, medium enterprise development. The strategy will achieve by development of halal and non-industrial areas with halal production output, quality, and able to supply sustainably. Second, improving the competency of human resources of industrial workers through vocational education program and skills training. The third strategy is clustering of halal products and sectors at the district, city, and provincial levels. The objectives of the minimum halal industry clustering are to reduce logistic costs, obtain economies of scale, and integration of production resources located close to each other, and efficiency in industrial development and development of supporting infrastructures. The fourth strategy is Indonesia Sharia Economic Master Plan. Indonesia Sharia Economic Master Plan is also as a part of the national strategy. Indonesia Sharia Economy Master Plan for 2019 until 2024 explains the micro, small, and medium enterprises are the largest economic sector in Indonesia. This sector absorbs about 80% of the national workforce, so that is a great leverage in strengthening the halal value chains. The small, medium enterprise development achieved by digitalization of the economic through connectivity with marketplace, Sharia financing from banking and non-banking institution, fintech, and micro Sharia. And the last strategy is business coaching through outsourcing and partnership, and coaching technical abilities, outsourcing, and also partnerships. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much to all the keynote speakers for the invigorating messages. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the awaited session, the forum. Today's topic is sustainability of halal services industries, and we've got here with us today 3 experts from UiTM Merbuk, Undip, and ISDEF. I'm sure the panelists are anxiously awaiting this session. With that, I relinquish my throne over to our very own moderator, Dr. Marina binti Abu Bakar. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praises to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And all praises and salutations to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And a very good morning to all of the panelists and also audiences. Thank you very much for being with us today on the Wednesday evening here, Wednesday morning here. Watching second IMDEC and also a third INCEM 2022. Okay, welcome to second INCEM and also third IMDEC 2022 forum session. So this is actually the first collaboration between what you call as the Kuliah of Management Sciences and Muamalat, UniSHAMS, and also with Kitab, and also with ISDEF USM, and also with UITM Kedah, and also with Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. Okay, my name is Dr. Marina binti Abu Bakar. I am the moderator of this forum for today, and basically this forum will be held like in an hour of time, and we're going to have like 3 sessions today. The first session, we are going to focus on the overview of the halal industry in Malaysia, and then the second part, we're going to focus on the development and strategies, the resources, the challenges, and also for the third session would be the conclusion and also summary. And then last but not least is the fourth session, where we're going to we're going to open the Q&A session, where if there is any questions or relevant questions from the participants, they can drop out their questions in the live chat in YouTube. Okay, basically joining us today are 3 distinguished panelists. Okay, the first one is Dr. Muhammad Iqbal bin Fazil from Kitab, and then the second one is Prof. Madya Dr. Shahir Akram Hassan from ISDEF USM, and also the third one is Professor Dr. Roshima Said from UITM Kedah. So we are once again very honored to invite all of them here in the house. Okay, without delaying any time, now I would like to introduce our panelists, our experts here. The first one is Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Fazil from Kitab. Actually, his expertise is in social entrepreneurship, business administration, as well as the marketing, and also he hold a PhD in international studies from UUM, and currently he is the head director. He is the head of Center for Institutional Development and also Sustainability, Kitab. Our second panelist is Associate Professor Dr. Shahir Akram Hassan. He came from ISDEF USM, and his expertise include Islamic research methodology and also IDM, or also known as Islamic Development Management studies. And for PhD, he completed his PhD in Islamic research methodology from USM, and currently he is the Chief Director of ISDEF University Science of Malaysia. And our third panelist here is Professor Dr. Roshima Said from Faculty of Accountancy, UITM Cawangan, Kedah. So her expertise include corporate governance, CSR or corporate social responsibility, financial criminology, ethics, as well as sustainable development. And she completed her PhD in corporate governance from USM, and currently he is an associate fellow at Accounting Research Institute, or also known as ARI, and she is also an editorial advisory board of Social Responsibility, Journal of Emerald Publishing Group. And I think the best achievement ever she got was being listed as one of the 300 most influential women in Islamic business and finance by the CIFA, or what you call as the Cambridge International Financial Advisory, and this was reported by Womani Report 2020. So we are indeed honored once again today to have all of these experts in the house. Thank you very much, and welcome to Prof and also doctors. Okay, now we go to the first session of the forum. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Ikmal, as we know that halal industry is actually an industry that compromises a lot of halal sectors. It is not just when you talk about halal food, when you talk about halal industries, you're not just assuming that is just all about food or drink sectors. It may comprise of pharmaceutical, Muslim friendly tourism, and in fact maybe financing and also marketing, Islamic financing and marketing. Yeah. So perhaps I can say that the halal industry, services industry, is where it's now expanding and growing bigger and bigger. And I think it is more than not just food and also drinks. So, Dr. Ikmal, can you please explain briefly the overview of halal industry in Malaysia? Yes, Dr. Ikmal. Okay, sorry, we have some technical problems here. So we are going for the next panelist. Yeah, Prof. Shahir from ISDEF. Yes, we know that the fact that the halal industries is very large and it's now growing. Yeah, so we can look at different perspective. For example, like from IDM perspective, like in Islamic development management perspective. So Prof. Shahir, could you give what you so call as an IDM definition of the halal services industries?
Okay. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Thank you very much, Dr. Marina Abu Bakar. I also would like to thank the organizer for inviting staff, and today we can discuss more within the what we have here before in the morning. So before I go to define halal services industries in terms of Islamic development management, I would like to share what did we do in Center for Islamic Development Management Studies, ISDEF, University of Science Malaysia. Actually, what ISDEF intend to build is a conceptual and practical framework for managing development from an Islamic perspective. Development viewed as encompassing all facets of life, from the spiritual to the material and physical, from personal to the social, from the state to the global. And ISDEF aims to cover a broad horizon of human life, forming and pioneering new integrated discipline known as Islamic development management. So it means it goes beyond the limitation of traditional management, which only address organizational, human resources, and business management. Instead, Islamic development management encompasses all human endeavor, including those of individuals, their families, and their careers, as well as social organization at the local, regional, state, and federal and worldwide level. From this, I can say that halal service industries in Islamic development management perspective is a paradigm shift. Is a paradigm shift that goes beyond Sharia compliant procedures and activities. It requires innovation and systems to design, offer, deliver, and control innovation. And outcome of the services based on akidah, faith, akhlak, morality, and Sharia principle. So we go from Islamic compliance to Islamic base. That's why one of the basic in the Islamic development management is Islamic based development. So as a result, we can look at a wide spectrum that includes not only the application of competencies, but also the know-how and knowledge to enable the production of advantages for others, but must be founded on the Sharia framework if we want to understand the concept of halal in terms of Islamic development management. Dr. Marina?
Yes, indeed. Actually, the meaning is very large. In fact, it actually covers all facets of life. Yeah, that is what we call as Sharia itself, right? So, indeed, the IDM definition is very suitable with the halal services industries, and I think that the halal services industry is just a part of the IDM, part of the Sharia itself. Yeah. Now we go to the Dr. Ikmal. Just now, I would like to ask about Dr. Ikmal about the overview of the halal industry in Malaysia. Maybe Dr. Ikmal can answer the question.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Marina, as a moderator for this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, fellow panels, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters who attend this particular session. So basically, I would like to share with all of you the overview of the halal industry in Malaysia. So we know that Malaysia is a Muslim country, and Malaysia population of 16 million Muslims is driving demand for halal products, and its proximity to Muslim markets such as Indonesia and the Middle East also offers strong export opportunities. This is based on the Australian Trade 2019. So actually these insights really describe how exporters can access to the global halal market. I mean by leveraging Malaysia as a launchpad or as a place to start their business, exploring the halal industry. And the key consideration for these particular businesses is on attaining halal certification. And as we know, our halal certification from JAKIM is one of a very effective halal certificate accepted globally. And apart from that, we need to understand the customer preferences related to the halal industry. And according to this Australian Trade 2019, the Malaysian Muslim consumer is actually described as youthful, curious, and technological savvy. So meaning that this is one of the part need to be taken into consideration by the halal businesses to explore in understanding Muslim community customer preferences. So in addition, there are an estimated about 1.9 billion Muslim in the world today, making up roughly about 26% of the global population. 1 out of 4 people in the world are practicing Islamic lifestyle as well as following the halal standards. So meaning that 26% from the global population is actually a significant number
that could be taken into consideration by the halal local players as well as halal global players to explore these particular opportunities. And I would like to share also on the another fact, okay, related to the overview of the halal industry. State of the Global Islamic Economic Report 2021 stated that spending by Muslim consumers expected to reach up to 2.4 trillion by 2024, and food spending alone is likely to account for over $1 trillion of the total figure. So we can see that from the composition of 2.4 trillion spending by Muslim community towards halal industry, and half of them, over $1 trillion, are focusing on the spending of food aspect. So means that another opportunity can be taken into consideration by halal global players or halal local players to explore and to take this opportunity to come out with the effective products or services to tap into this particular market. In addition, also, the Muslim population in Asia, because Malaysia, Indonesia is a part of Asia, described is under 30 years old on average. And the high internet coverage in Malaysia means many consumers are strongly influenced by social media and use it as their primary sources of information. And social media channels have proven impact on sales of global brands, particularly by tapping into aspirational lifestyle marketing through halal events and campaign. So this is actually another fact related to Malaysia. So halal global players can take this information to explore the Malaysian market by focusing on proper segmentation as well as a proper positioning strategy to come out with effective products and services to tap Malaysian market and explore halal industry perhaps. So I think that is for the first round, Dr. Marina. Thank you very much.
Yes, I indeed agree with what is being said by Dr. Muhammad Iqbal. Indeed, the figure is very positive. For example, we have like 600 million Muslims, and then 2.43 trillions of Muslim spendings in the halal industries, and as well as we are seeing all the figures of the halal industries are growing very positively. And then perhaps what is being mentioned by Prof. Shahir Akram is also very relevant to be to be debated now, because he did mention about the Sharia governance, just Sharia compliance just now. So now we go to Prof. Rushima Said. So Prof, when you talk about governance, basically there will always be what so-called as the challenges in implementing a strong governance framework for the halal industry. And definitely when you talk about governance framework, these will actually boost the shareholders and also public confidence, because when all of these parties like shareholders and also public confidences here, they will assume that all the practices must comply with Sharia. So maybe let's untangle the tangle thing. Like perhaps Prof can actually describe the link between governance and also halal industry. Thank you, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Dr. Marina, for your kind introduction just now. I think before I address the questions, I would like to express my appreciations to Kuliah Muamalat and also Sains Pengurusan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah for inviting me as one of the panel for this forum. Okay, before I go further, okay, I think I do agree with Dr. Ikmal mentioned just now about the halal industry has been changing and also growing at a fast rate. Yes, I do agree with that, because the worldwide, the halal market is actually now estimated to reach like 5 trillion USD dollar by 2030. So with this business value of this figure, and it's actually keep on increasing at a pace of 20% per year. So I'm sure the industry expansion is a result, as mentioned by Dr. Shahir and also Dr. Ikmal, because of the global increase in Muslim populations. Okay. As Muslim population is actually grow and spread over the globe, so thus the global also need for halal food items, and I'm sure that with the growing demand for halal goods and also services has pushed the halal industry to expand. Okay, and for your information, Malaysian government also put in place a very comprehensive halal ecosystem with the implementations of the halal industry master plan, which was I think developed by it was developed to leverage Master Plan 2030. So this master plan is actually to catalyze its strengths towards the developments of halal industry holistically. So according to this master plan also, by 2030, so the global halal market is actually expected to grow up to 5 trillion USD dollar. So, and I'm sure with this domestic growth estimated to reach 113.2 billion in the near future. Okay. Okay, as we know that this Malaysia's halal industry has expanded quickly during the last 4 decades, can I say? Because this positive growth in the halal business may be attributed to, can I say, because of there is a Muslim needs, because there is the knowledge and also expectations, and also there is also a government support that is actually particularly in regulating what we call the halal certification process. For your information, Malaysia Airlines actually is the country's primary airlines that offers the world's first halal in-flight cuisine. So basically, there will be several well-known worldwide multinational corporations such as Nestle, Colgate, Unilever, and many more actually has adopted these Malaysian halal standards, So as we know, the Malaysia's halal portfolio has also extended not only to the food and also beverages. Is go beyond that now. It moved to what we call nowadays ventures into what we call cosmetics, logistics, pharmaceuticals, and also halal. And now from halal cuisine to what we call Islamic banking, and most recently in tourism. Okay, so to tell the truth, Muslims are really concerned about the integrity of this halal food. As a consequence, so the halal governance is crucial, because to ensure or to guarantee that this integrity, and also to achieve the peace of mind of customers. So given the trend that mentioned by Dr. Shahir and also Dr. Ikmal just now, we can see that given the trend of halal sector or industries is expansion in Muslim majority nations or countries, therefore comprehensive and well-managed governance must be implemented to ensure that the sustainability of halal food productions. So I would like to share with all of you today, with all the participants and also the viewers of these YouTube channels, I would like to share a study by Noor and also Nordin 2016. I think it's a very good articles where they actually done. This is a chapters in book, if I'm not mistaken, where they research about the needs to have what we call to have a halal governance structure towards halal certification. So as we know, halal certifications is actually the process that evaluating the substance of products. as well as the procedures and also the processes involved in the manufacture, processing, packaging, and also transportation. So what I'm trying to say here is that in their study, they highlights that there are challenges that might be there are challenges of halal governance and its implementations because particularly in terms of who has authority, who takes the decisions, and also the process of decision making itself, and also therefore it is the time to propose a framework for halal governance with the ultimate goal of assuring that the efficiency of halal certification. So basically, they come up with what we call the functions of they suggested a framework for this halal governance. So they actually describe these functions of certification stakeholders is actually are recognized and group this into two tiers or two layers. Okay, so the first layer is actually the governing layers. So it is actually this governing layers is actually the one that specifies the governance function as halal certification coordinator. So their primary responsibility is to handle the halal governance and make sure they actually not engage with the actual operations of halal certification insurance. And the second layer will be the halal governance systems. Will be the next tier or the next layer, you know. So this governmental certification body is actually, this layer is sometimes known as a governmental certification body, a semi-public certification body, or a private certification body that might make up this kind of second layer group, you know. As the halal industry grows, so the existence of private halal authorizations also should not be overlooked in these situations, you know, as they maybe help to improve the halal certification's operating efficiency. So therefore, strengthening in a way can strengthening the halal sector or industry. So okay. And then I would like to share with all of you that the governance is a crucial aspect of halal industry because appropriate mechanism should be put in place. Why? Because it is the time to guarantee that the halal certified business actually follows Sharia standards. So that they can follow the Sharia standards. So in comparison to Islamic finance, so the halal business is actually less regulated in terms of governance. So therefore, despite the great potential, we can see how it's actually moving very fast nowadays. So because of this great potential in halal industry, so this sector is still in the halal governance is actually still in its initial stage of what we call halal governance. So in the study by Sufyan and also Saleh Jamaluddin and also Jamal 2020, I think the latest one. So they use the halal governance. They also know halal governance as halal governance is actually refers to Sharia compliant corporate governance, which is implemented in halal businesses. So as we know, corporate governance refers to the legal and also organizational system that ensures corporate internal integrity. So therefore, to me, it is important to have this halal governance. So as we know that in nowadays, not all of the companies surveyed have established criteria for forming what we call an internal halal committee. So this is might due to the fact that the guidelines for halal assurance management system is something that might be to revise back or specify back what are the requirements that need to be fulfilled. Okay, I think that's all, Dr. Marina. I pass back to you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Perhaps it is a very comprehensive, discussion about the governance framework. Indeed, I did agree with the all the what you call as the comprehensive governance framework is indeed important because of it actually not just enhancing the halal industry itself, but also it also secure in terms of securization. It did secure the the responsibility, the transparency, as well as the accountability of the system itself. So now we go to the next session, the second session. Dr. Ikmal, when we talk about resources is not just about manpower or maybe organizational matters. Maybe when you talk about resources, it also entails of technologies, preparedness, adequate knowledge, etc. And in fact, Jim Rohn once says that success is 20% skills and 80% strategy. You might know how to succeed, but more importantly, what is your plan to succeed? Yeah. So, Dr. Ikmal, what do you think would be the, I think, the effective strategies to optimize relevant resources in the halal industry? And perhaps I think that when you talk about halal industry management, I think one of the aim of the halal industry management is actually to produce the halal experts that can actually able to create solutions for ummatic problems, and at the same time they can actually in harmony the in harmonizing the what you call so-called as the Islamic teachings with the halal industries itself. So, Doctor, can you further elaborate the benefits obtained from the development of the halal industry in Malaysia? Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marina. Very good question. First of all, I would like to share an insight. Malaysia is actually at the forefront of the global halal industry. And again, with a population of 16 million Muslim, Malaysia growing demand for authentic halal products really stands the benefits for both local demand as well as a strong export opportunities. I mean by leveraging increasing purchasing power among consumers in other Muslim markets. It's not only depending on Malaysia, but also other Muslim markets like Middle East and neighboring Indonesia and the world's largest Muslim country. Malaysia also have the specific natural characteristics, such as we have proactive government policies, indicate growing opportunities in its halal economy, and Malaysia is a member of OIC, Organization of Islamic Conference, and also the main things, the attraction, Malaysia as a location of a great halal business is on the halal certification, whereby our Malaysia halal certification is globally recognized and accepted by all Muslim nations, making it a perfect launch market for exporters, Dr. Marina. And in addition, for the strategies that to optimize the relevant resources in the halal industry, first of all, we need to identify what is actually the resources is all about. There are 4 types of resources that I can share with you. The first one is about the physical resources. The second one is about financial resources. The third one is about human resources. And the last one is information resources. So the combination of all these resources can come out with a very good development of a halal industry in Malaysia. I would like to share with you some strategies could be developed to set Malaysia as a global halal hub. The first one is to enhance the awareness of Malaysia as a center for halal product and services. So we are looking at developing and utilizing a country origin labeling campaign for Malaysia halal products. I mean, the competitive advantage of the name of Malaysia and also halal certification, halal logo. We can use it as a brand association to promote and to market the Malaysia as a halal hub for global market. Apart from that, all aspect of the initiative for the development of halal hub under this new branding strategy, I mean brand association, when people are looking at Malaysia, they associate with the halal logo of Malaysia halal certification. That is actually, we are looking at the brand association. And the next one is developing a comprehensive campaign for the halal industry. If we are looking at Malaysia tourism, for example, the tagline of Malaysia Truly Asia is very well known. If we say Malaysia Truly Asia, already people will know Malaysia is one of a good tourist attraction. And for halal, the campaign for halal products will leverage upon the theme of Malaysia, the taste of Asia, for example. So meaning that we are trying to associate the halal with Malaysia. So Malaysia, the taste of Asia is one of the relevant campaign can be implemented by the government as well as the halal local players to attract more possible investors as well as customers on halal industry in Malaysia. The second one, the second strategy that we can optimize the resources for halal industry is actually by leveraging upon outward investment to gain access to raw materials and enhance competitiveness. So meaning that by looking at the competitive advantage of the halal industry, the local halal players can do a strategic joint venture with foreign halal players to benefit some of the raw materials, complement each other, win-win situation to explore and tapping this particular halal market effectively. Apart from that, encouraging strategic joint venture between Malaysian and overseas company. So these roles can be played by, for example, MIDA. They are looking at assisting in the identification of areas of collaborative ventures and synergize ties for Malaysian manufacturers of halal products and venturing overseas. This is already happened through MIHAS. That is a good platform to match, I mean business matching between local halal players and also the foreign halal players. So I think that is the two main strategies that can optimize the halal industry, Dr. Marina. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly, receive positive feedbacks. Just now you mentioned about the, developing and utilizing the kata, and then the brand as the brand, like Malaysia Truly Asia. Those are the things that, we indeed see it as a positive feedback from the halal services industries. So perhaps we can ask Prof. Shahi about the implementation at ISDEF, about halal services industries. Yeah, Prof. Shahir, what do you think the attributes that are used at ISDEF, pertaining the halal services industries, and what are the IDM related strategies that do you believe to be the most effective?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Marina. And Alhamdulillah, from the keynote speakers, Prof. Datuk Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Faisal, and we just now we heard also from Dr. Ikmal, the positive or the uptrends in the halal industries. But I would like to discuss a little bit more from the facts and figures from the Global Muslim Travel Index 2022. We have total population in 2022 around 2 billion, approximately 25% of population. And at 2030, we are projected that we have 2.3 billion of Muslims, nearly 27%. All Muslims live in more than 200 countries. In 48 countries, Muslim population more than 50%. In 28 countries, Muslim population between 50 and 10%. And from the continent, percentage of Muslim population at Asia alone, we have 67% of Muslim in Asia. So we have big numbers. Yes, maybe we always see it as in the marketing perspective, but we at ISDAF see differently, and we see that this 2 billion, and not only 2 billion, total population, we have 7 billion, as said by Prof. Muhammad just now, as our responsibility. When we talk about halal, it's our responsibility. Definitely, from academic perspective, is fardu kifayah. At least we have one group of researcher, one group of policymakers and practitioners that strive into the halal. Because yes, from the sectors, when we talk about sectors that contribute to the 2.2 trillion in 21 and 2.8 trillion in 2024, that spending on halal, basically we lead the sectors, because from the Global Muslim Travel Index 2022, when we measure the top global Islamic economic indicator sectors, Malaysia lead in 4 sectors from 6 sectors. Islamic finance, we are number 1. Halal food, Malaysia number 1. Muslim friendly travel, Malaysia number 1. Media and recreation, Malaysia number 1. Pharma and cosmetic, we are second, behind Singapore. And modest fashion, we are number 9, behind UAE, Turkey, Indonesia, China, Spain, Italy, Singapore, and France. But yes, from time being, we lead the market. But as we said, it is an obligation for the Muslim, especially Muslim scholars, when we talk about halal service industries, we must lead the market to the obligatory as a Muslim, to create Muslim people that take Islam as a way of life. That's why at ISDAF, at least we have 3 research philosophy. Number 1 is we must create new knowledge. Researchers must entails with the creation to the new knowledge. Second, it must be an stereotype. Researchers that are bringing research gap from different researchers that are bridging research gaps different from the trend. we not just thinking within the stereotype facet, and then our research also must be a step beyond. Researchers that move a new thinking or a new finding. So I think these three philosophy also can answer question from Sister Roslida Zalila Ahmad Rosli, that we must not only thinking halal from the perspective that can help the economy of the country, halal certificate, so on and so forth. Because when we talk about market also, like the question from Muhammad Alif Afan and Muhammad Afif Azman, that whether the halal industry is conquered by non-Muslim enterprise, I don't have the figures, but from what we say, when the non-Muslims see there are big market, they spend very much to get the halal certificate because they know they have the market. For example, for the biscuit, Hapsang, so on and so forth. So they have that one of the we call local say biscuit mayat. Every times we have kematian, then people will serve that biscuit. So that from the Muslim. That's why from the research perspective, we not only talking about halal, now we are talking further, a step beyond, halalan tayyiba. So that's how we think a step beyond, so on and so forth. From the perspective of ISDEF, Islamic Development Management, actually to show that we are unstereotyped, new thinking. So our research mainly consists of Islamic-based development, management of Islamic asset development from the perspective of Islamic political economy, Islamic service management, Islamic research methodology. These 6 fields that we discuss the halal service industries, not limited to, more than that, beyond the halal service industries. Because yes, from Islamic based development, we want to from Islamic compliance only to Islamic base. And then when we want to move the development management, so it will contains the institutions. So we must study the management of the Islamic development institutions. When we are talking about Islamic hospital, Islamic university, the content of the Islamic one things, halal, not halal, Islamic, un-Islamic, but the universities itself, when we call Islamic university, did we manage from Islamic management? And then the development, the management, when we want to develop, when we want to call it as development, we must have asset, Islamic asset. So we must manage Islamic asset development. From ISDAF, at ISDAF, we discuss from 3 main things, assets, ilahiyah asset, asset that have been mentioned in the Quran and Hadith, wakaf, zakat, so on and so forth. Man-made asset, Islamic sukuk, Islamic bank, Islamic finance, and social security asset, kaful, so on and so forth. And to manage and develop the Islamic asset, sometimes it will have influence from the political will, and then that will show how it helps the economy. That's why at ISDAF we not discuss economy as economy per se, not political as political per se, but we discuss how politics influence economy and economy influenced by politics in Islamic political economy. And based on the facts and figures that has been discussed before by many of the panelists, around 3 trillion, 5 trillion. So Islamic service management, this is the main part of managing services, since halal services is included. So in ISDAF, we are focusing on the halal service industries, Islamic tourism, and hospitality, as well as Hajj and Umrah. For example, Muhammad Afif Azman, Hajj and Umrah is done by Muslim at the Muslim countries, Arab Saudi, to do Islamic obligation. Logically, it must be all Islamic things, but what we can see, unfortunately, we can see KFC there, Starbucks, so on and so forth. So where do the Muslim halal industries that can be portrayed at the Islamic pilgrimage, for example lah. So all of this feel at ISDAF, we not only think from Islamic perspective, we not only doing research from Islamic perspective, but in doing that research also, we do in Islamic research methodology. That also is my field of expertise, and that I did not mention the latest development of halal services industries. Most of already and will be enabled by technology such as artificial intelligence, AI, augmented reality, AR, virtual reality, VR, and the key drivers identified were technology, social activism, demographic, and environment. This will remain the key growth drivers as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic's disruption. However, the accredited deployment of technology will continue to change and develop the industries. Then, how we do that within the what we have in Islam, al-muhafadhah alal qadimus salih wal akhzu bil jadidil aslah. In terms of what Islamic development related strategies do the most effective, yes, Prof. Muhammad have said some, Dr. Ikmal have said some, but as far as ISDAF are concerned, as mentioned by our founding directors before, we are concerned at least 6 perspective. First one is framework, second one is concept, third one is methodology, fourth is system, fifth is society, and fourth is Islamic scholars itself. What do I mean with the framework? Yes, we have already witnessed the growth of the accommodative modification and methodology eclecticism approach. That what we mean at ISDAF with Islamic compliance will result on accommodative modification and methodology eclecticism approach that eventually shapes the current mainstream Islamic economies as a faith-based neoclassical economic. That's the result. But let's look back. The element of Islamic economics should be Islamic economies or halal industries should be based on Islamic Sharia and Aqidah, should be taken into account to the framework of epistemological and philosophical level too. When we talk about the concept, we have observed the widespread use of Western ethnocentric concept in Islamic economics and halal service industries. The concept of Islamic service management of halal services should be as one of the major elements that can be looked into to highlight the importance and effectiveness of halal instruments. The third one, the methodology should be the theories, the definition, the methods should be from Islamic research methodology, not from the conventional research methodology per se or rigidly. For the system is the realization of the Islamic services or halal services actually strengthen the halal industry as a whole. The earlier of the halal services framework, redefinition of the concept and the adaptation of the methodology in accordance to the Sharia aims, Maqasid Sharia also to ensure and strengthen the ecosystem of halal services industries. The society itself, thus Islamic halal industries, establish the Islamic society or halal society out of the realization of halal services industries. How far has this target group become more Islamic than before, especially in consuming and using the halal services provided by the halal service industries? The society development and the involvement are important because they have contributed much to the development of the real Islamic society that is characterized by Islamic lifestyle. And the last one, when we talk, we are concerned about the Islamic scholar itself, that we must come up with an in-depth and high-quality research and knowledge of halal services to help the industries to go further with the growth of the Islamic society, not only with the monetary perspective per se. So I think this is very important, and then this is our concern and ISDA. So we need more people to work with us, to help us to strive for the Islam generally and halal service industries specifically. So that's what I can say to answer the questions, Dr. Marina.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Shahir Akram. I believe that what that I can conclude here is that basically what is being implemented at ISDEF is that the first one is actually to provide knowledge regarding the Islamic-based management, and as well as producing experts in this field. And the second one is maybe what we call as to create or maybe nurture awareness among the society of the halal industries, halal services industries. So now we go to the Prof. Rashima. The next question would be about the governance. Yeah. So talking about governance, there is always, challenges for a country's government in expanding the halal industry. And of course, when you talk about challenges, we need some, some maybe some best suggestions or maybe recommendations from the experts. Yeah, Prof, what do you think would be the best suggestions and also recommendations for enhancing halal industry practices in Malaysia, especially via the responsibilities of specialized and also designated bodies?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Marina. Okay, talking about these suggestions to improve the halal industry practices in Malaysia via what we call the responsibility of government agencies involved, that can be itemized in following areas, several areas that I have put in the key areas. For example, the first one's the managements, where the JAKIM and also the Halal Industry Development Corporation, the HDC, actually the entities that are directly responsible for the administrations of the halal industry. So I think this is the time JAKIM's Halal Hub division is the one in charge of managing and also monitoring elements of halal certification and also enforcement. So I think while the Halal Industry Development Corporation, or HDC, is supposedly to involve in the worldwide growth of the halal businesses. Okay, so that is the first key areas that we need to pay attention. Is the managements who should be responsible. So who are the responsible parties that should be involved with this what we call in developing to cater these challenges in improving Malaysia halal industry. The second key areas that I would like to suggest is, I think this is the time for all those that actually to recognizing the importance of research, in the growth of this halal industry, where I think JAKIM and also HDC can partner together with many research institute in Malaysia. Not only the research institute also, but also with the institutions of higher learning or IPT or IPTA in Malaysia to actually complete what we call different kinds of halal industry research projects. I think this research project might result in what we call the formations of many halal related research institute, including, I think we do have what we call Halal Product Research Institute from UPM. We do have what we call Halal Research and Management Institute from INCEM, and also from UIA is actually International Halal Institute of Research and Training from UIA. I think the importance of research and this industry cannot be underestimated. So this is the time to look back on these collaborations between researchers from many parties. The next key areas that I would like to give an idea to all the responsible party to pay attention is the educations and also the awareness efforts. So where I think this is the time for the government agency to undertake what we call the programs from time to time, actually to boost the manufacturers and also the consumers' knowledge and also understanding of halalan thayyiban also, and also halal certificate. I think it is crucial and very important to instill in operators or the manufacturers the importance of halal integrity while performing their operations. Okay. With this education and also awareness efforts, and I'm sure the customer will benefit or the consumer will benefit because they will have greater trust in acquiring this what we call, and also not only acquiring, they also can utilize this what we call halal certified products. Okay. So in order, the efforts to educate and also create awareness about it, I think should be undertaken via instructional programs in schools, in universities. So they need to give maybe go and have what we call halal exhibitions, okay, maybe through mass media campaigns and also at school or university events, okay. Yes, another key areas that we can think about is try to have what we call enhance the labor force and also expertise development. So as we know that halal industry is rapidly expanding or moving very fast, and I think there is a high demand for a manpower in various aspects of halal to support the industry's demand, such as conducting public relations and also marketing and also promoting and also developing the ability of halal advisors or consultants. So maybe we need to have what we call halal slaughter supervisors, or maybe we need to have halal executive for organizations. This is what we call labor force and also expertise developments, okay? And I think this is the most important. I think this is with my little knowledge on this Sharia governance. When I read and I also involved with Sharia governance only in IFI, Islamic Financial Institutions. I think with this new halal industry, it's actually give me an idea to do research in this what we call Sharia governance in halal industry, where I think this is the time to improve the Sharia committee's roles and responsibility, meaning to say we are moving from Islamic finance to what we call halal industry. So I would like to share with all of you one study from Saad and Abdul Rahman in 2018. It's a very good study where they are trying to optimize the role and also responsibility of the Sharia committee. Okay, to tell the truth, the lack of Sharia governance in the halal industry has implications and risks. So therefore, it is due to the fact that the term Sharia governance and its application is actually have been mostly limited to Islamic financial institutions. So therefore, I think is not only to despite the fact that it may be used in other industry, especially in this halal industry. So I think this is the time knowledge need to be confined to academics who actually specialize in Islamic financial industry and put it into what we call halal industry. So as a consequences, I think it is recommended that the competency should be promoted not just in Islamic banking, but also in this area what we call the halal industry. So yes, it is also recommended that a halal industry to select an external Sharia committee, since professionals in this sector such as Islamic finance have their own external Sharia committee. I think this is the time for halal industry to have this SC or Sharia committee to supervise the operations of their industry. So as a result, I think the industry need to hire or may hire external committee to oversee the operations and also the companies saving the halal industry firm from relying only on the internal, not only relying on the internal committee, but also from the external committee. So, okay, as a consequences, can I say that the Sharia governance framework best practices must be used in the halal industry. Nevertheless, certain modification needs to be done because it is tried our best to accommodate the demands of the business in this halal industry. So, yes, I would like to answer the question, I think, from the viewers about the good governance. Okay, governance is a method that an organization adopts because to ensure that the components of the organization actually follow what are the set of the rules and then what are the set of regulations and also policies and also processes that need to be undertaken. So as we know that good governance is described as the striving for the rule of law, it talks about transparency, responsiveness, participations, equity, effectiveness, efficiency, accountability, and also strategic visions in the exercise of, can I say, in political, economic, and also in the administrative authority. I think Sharia governance is another set of institutional and also organizational arrangements in the developments of Sharia-based industry, particularly in this what we call halal in Islamic finance industry in Malaysia. But I think it's now we need to move it into this what we call halal industries. Yes, I think the last keywords that I would like to highlight here to establish the trust of halal sector players or halal industry players. Authorities should enforce clear halal governance guidelines. So the halal industry should not only concentrate on the halalness of the product and services, but also on how the firm is actually managed or operate their business must be in accordance with the true Sharia principles. I think I talk a lot this about the holistic Islamic business ethics in my keynote speech. I think this is the time to have what we call the holistic Sharia governance for halal industry. So I think this is the time for halal industry to look at back what are their underlying philosophies and also values. So maybe this is the time for them to try to have a business operation that is actually interest-free and also Islamically acceptable activities. Try to include something that their business operations that might be give to what we call developmental and also social goals, and also look at how actually they can preserve the environment. And maybe this is the time to look at on the what we call Sharia committee, not only for the internal committee but also for the external committee to form what we call Sharia supervisory board for this halal industry. And I think more focus on integrity and also ethics, and try to have what we call this is the very important one, where it is important to establish criteria. We need to say the human resource, establish the criteria for forming an internal halal committee, but not only internal halal committee, but also external halal committee need to be considered in the future. As we look at that, so far, the HAS does not actually specify the requirements, the best requirements for this internal halal committee. So yeah, I think this is the time for them to look at back of this issue, and then yes, as I compare to this Sharia governance framework for Islamic banking and takaful, for sure they are very good, because they actually specify and states the qualifications of a Sharia committee. But yet, in this internal halal committee, the majority of, can I say that, not really have what we call okay, HAS actually, on the other hand, should require that the internal halal committee have at least 4 members. Yes, I know that with only 2 of them need to be Muslim of the management's level, but there is no requirements for them to have degree of Islamic education. So I think this is the time for them to actually revise back and looking back the requirements for this internal halal committee. So yes, I think yes, again, to establish the trust of halal sector players, authorities should enforce clear halal governance guidelines. So the halal industry actually should not only concentrate. Again, I enforce about this because I'm stressed on this, because it's not all about the halalness of the products or the services, but also how the firm is managed and how the firm is being operated must be accordance in the true Sharia principles. I am not in the capacity to talk about in details about the Quran and Hadith. I think Dr. Shahir and also Dr. Ikma is the experts in the area of Islamic point of view. But I'm in the one in governance, so I think this is the time for them to revise and put a very can I say strict requirements who might be sit in this what we call internal committee of this halal industry. I think with that, thank you, Dr. Marina. I think I pass back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Rashima. Indeed, I agree with what is being stated by Prof. just now. Yeah, indeed, we actually in the first ranking of many industries, as mentioned by Prof. Shahi just now, like in Islamic finance, halal food, and then Muslim friendly tourism, and etc. But then more and more efforts need to be done if you want a more robust penetration in halal services industries. So now we go to the third session, which is the summary of the discussion. Prof. Dr. Ikmal, in brief, Doctor, can you just give some, conclusion to your discussion for today?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marina. I think we have a very fruitful discussion and sharing session for today. I believe this is not the last session for today, but it's actually what I can say and conclude the impact of halal industry to the economic prosperity can be measured in two different categories. First is actually on the domestic economy, and the second one is actually in terms of international trade relationship with the rest of the world. Malaysia as the catalyst or the halal hub of a global halal industry will become a great location that attract foreign halal players to invest in our country and explore more opportunity in our halal industry. And I totally agree with Prof. Dr. Roshima as well as Associate Professor Dr. Shair Akram and also Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hamid, Rector Kitab, mentioned just now. Halal industry has dramatically changed the behavior and trend of people towards food consumption, whereby becoming more sensitive and aware of a food condition. And nowadays, the Muslim consumer behavior is actually another area of research that we can explore in understanding the Muslim customer preferences towards halal awareness. And then the change in awareness is not only confined within the national boundary of a country, but has swept the shore of foreign countries, especially where Muslim resides. So this has opened a new opportunity in international business, where more and more halal products are demanded by these foreign countries, thus expanding the market domestic production. So I believe halal industry is actually have a huge opportunity to be explored not only by the local halal players but also foreign halal players. Thank you, Dr. Marina.
Yes, you're almost welcome, Dr. Ikmal. Yes, indeed, I agree with what is being said by you, Dr. Ikmal. We are looking forward for more opportunities and more opportunities towards growing in the halal services industries. So, Prof. Shahir Akram, can you please, in short and simple words, can you please conclude the gist of your discussion today?
Okay. And thank you, Dr. Marina. Yes, actually, we have discussed at length actually what halal services is and what is the strategies, the challenges, so and so forth. But from as far as ISDEF perspective, we not only look from the marketing perspective, from economy perspective, but we look we as a Muslims not only need to comply the fatwa like questions from Auni Nabila Mansur, that is it okay for Muslim to eating in non-Muslim restaurant where the non-Muslim restaurant have halal logo. From the fatwa perspective, yes, short answer. But how far we are from the fatwa perspective, yes, we can. But from the taqwa perspective, is it halalan tayyiba? Does the non-Muslim know not only what is clean, but what is tahara? There are two different things. You can be clean, but it not mean that you are tahara in Islam. You can make it, take it for the fatwa to the ibadah. So it is not the matters of fatwa, it is also the matters of taqwa. when we go to eat roti canai, for example, whether the 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 egg is well clean from the bad things. So the fatwa said yes, as long as that we cannot see that the the not clean things, but from the taqwa, we will make sure that the things we eat not only clean but tuhur, not only halal but it is tayyibah. So the discussion today, I want to take all of us, not only from the economic perspective, from the governance perspective, from the strategies, but what we want to take with us at the akhirah, the hereafter. Thus, the halal services industries will ensure all Muslims can comply with their obligation at dunya to make sure that they get Jannah at akhirah. So it is the mission of all of us, and it is fardu kifayah for the Muslim scholars, like I've mentioned just now, to make sure that not only Muslim scholars but all of the Muslims and hopefully all the non yet Muslim, that all of us will enter paradise and will not enter the hell. So with that, the conclusion from me, Dr. Marina.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Shahi Akram. Yes, I indeed agree with you. What that really piqued my interest is that just now you mentioned about, the two elements, which is we are, achieving the success of dunya and also akhirah. This is what is, aiming by implementing the Islamic management itself. Okay, now we go to the Prof. Dr. Roshima. Maybe in a brief, can you please conclude in short, maybe, Prof, can you please summarize your the main points of the discussion today?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marina. Okay, actually implementing a solid governance structure for this halal industry actually would increase shareholders and public trust that all practices and also operations must always in conformity with Sharia compliance. So the need for structured governance and also coordinations among governmental and also non-profit groups in this country is seen as the first step, that must be addressed first. Not only addressed, it must be seriously addressed before continuing to the international level. So, for example, in the food industry, from the breeding through selling, a single company must actually represent the whole country in meeting halal regulations. So the method should be overseen and also verified by the institutional halal industry. As a consequence, I can say that confidence in therefore we can achieve the confidence in the halal chain processes is developed in accordance with the halal standards. So when we talk about governance, is actually in general, it refers to what we call changes in the role. Not only the role, the structure, and also the operation process of the government and also industries, the key players, as well as the method in which the social concerns are handled. So to me, in this halal industry, it is very important. There are three important components of halal governance that need to be put into consideration and pay attention. The first one is formulations, and then executions and regulations. So as good governance includes all of these three aspects of what we call just now formulating, implementing, and also regulating. So I think this is the time for them to look at on these matters and try to take very drastic actions, because we are moving towards what we call very aggressively. We are in the top, so I think this is the time to portray the best identity of this Malaysian country. I think that's all from me, Dr. Marina.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. So 3 formula here: formulation, execution, and also regulating the laws itself is the formula maybe for the good governance for halal services industries. Okay, and now we have come to the Q&A session. So I will read all of the questions in the live chat, in the live stream YouTube. So we will open to the panelists to answer any of the questions. So question number 1 from Nurul Nadia Zulkifli. Please explain some segmentation strategies for halal industry, and please share some input on the impact on positive halal industry development in Malaysia. Maybe I think Dr. Ikmal can answer this question. Please, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marina. I think I've covered the input on the impact on positive halal industry development in Malaysia just now in my conclusion. So maybe I can touch a bit on the segmentation strategy for halal industry. Basically, segmentation strategy for halal industry can be divided into 4 types. First, the segmentation can be in terms of the geographical segmentation. The second one in terms of psychographic segmentation. The third one is geographical segmentation, and the last one is behavioral segmentation. The segmentation is actually a very important part to be implemented in halal industry, because we can understand we can understand in detail what type of customer should be targeted by the businesses in halal industry. Okay, for example, we are looking at the geographical segmentation. If you want to sell budu, for example, okay, budu yang ada chop halal, okay, so budu is actually a very famous food come from Kelantan and Terengganu. Okay, so when the businesses want to come out with this type of products, they need to focus and segment their customer. Based on geographical area, they are looking at the Kelantan and Terengganu. Okay, based on geographical segmentation. And if we are looking at demographic segmentation, we are looking at the age, for example, gender, and education background. So these are some of the information that should be taken into consideration by most of the businesses in halal industry to understand the customer preferences. Then they can come out with the effective product and services that really suit with the customers' needs and want. Thank you, Dr. Marina.
Yeah, perhaps I think the same maybe formula can be applied at Melaka with Cenchaluk. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ikmal.
Yes.
The next question came from another participant. Roslila Zalila. Roslida Zalila Ahmad Rosli. If I would like to do research in halal field, halal certification, how halal can assist to the economy of country? So I think maybe Prof. Shahi Akram can answer this question. Prof. Shahir, can you please unmute your mic?
Sorry. Okay. Actually, this question, but Dr. Ikmal can add later, inshallah. But some of the answer I have give at the second round of the forum, I have raised little bit from what is their perspective. But from ISDAF experience, actually we have do research at Vietnam in terms of halal hospitality, who provide hotels, the hoteliers, the tourism, also the restaurants there. Because from Malaysia, before COVID, daily we have 27 flight from Kuala Lumpur to Ho Chi Minh City. So imagine how much per day, per year, Muslims going to Vietnam. But there are interests on halal certification. And of course, there are some issues and challenges there. Actually, Muslim Vietnamese did not very did not very certain with the halal certification from Vietnam. So there are needs to transfer knowledge from Malaysia to the Vietnam on halal certification. But the problem is when we talk halal or when we talk about certification, uh, we cannot do it uh, from small capacity. We conclude that there are need government to government action that could allow more to help the economy of the country. And then the second things that has been discussed by the panelists before about the small, medium enterprises. Usually they don't have the halal certifications. As far as we are concerned, I think if you go to the tom yum restaurants or nasi lemak restaurant, barely we can get halal certified nasi lemak. So there are things that when we talk about economy of the country, yes, but there are issues that we need to address from the perspective of halal certification as a whole, as a big picture of the problem. So that is my view on the questions, Dr. Marina.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Shahir Akram. Dr. Ikma, do you have anything to add some more to answer the Roslida Zalila's question? Maybe?
Oh, okay. I think Dr. Shahir, I agree with Dr. Shahir's explanation. And maybe on halal certification, how can assist the economy of the country? We need to see the halal overview just now I mentioned in the holistic way, because halal is not just about slaughtering. We need to see for the whole process. Okay. And we understand the, 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 the resources that uh, related to halal supply chain, for example, when the halal market Muslim population is we try to explore. For example, when the halal in this country, we can have the part of that higher education institution need
Orochimaru. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ikmal. Um, our next questions came from Shahiza Arshad. Thank you very much, Dr. Ikmal. Our next question came from Shahiza Arshad. Some of these SME Muslim products do not have halal logo. As they say, the process to apply halal certificate is too complicated for them. How halal industries could help this group of entrepreneurs? Maybe Prof. Roshima can answer this question. Thank you, Prof.
Wait, I'm looking back the questions just now is to talk about how halal industry could help this group of entrepreneur. Meaning to say the process of apply halal certificate is too complicated for them, isn't it? I think that's why I've just mentioned just now. Meaning to say, in my conclusions, I think remarks I have mentioned that where implementing a solid governance structure for the halal business would increase shareholders and also public trust. So I think this is the time for the governments, the Malaysia governments to have what we call a very well structured governance and coordinations among governmental and also non-profit group in the country, so that this is the first step they need to need to be addressed, so that it's seriously, so that before they continuing to be become to more international, meaning to say they have to looking back all the can I say the governance, the structure in the process of coming out with these halal certifications. I think this is the time for them to looking at that of this issue and try not only to say looking about not only the time for looking at back on the formulations, the executions, and also the regulations, because I'm sure that these the guidelines need to be revised back, so that it actually give a benefits not only to a particular group but also to the other stakeholders and also the other community and also society. I think that's all. I think maybe Dr. Shahid and Dr. Ikmal can add on that.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Roshima. Maybe Dr. Ikmal can add on the maybe the process of halal certificate logo.
Okay, so the process to apply a halal certificate, yes, it is some issue for some Bumiputra SME mentioned too complicated for them to apply the halal certification. But most important thing is if they have the awareness and support from government agencies to come out with the some of the special courses to facilitate this halal certificate application. I think this issue can be solved with a win-win situation, both sides. And for additional information, according to Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA, also already taken into their consideration on harmonizing the halal certification process. I think the JAKIM also aware of this particular problem and issues, and perhaps this issue can be solved effectively by harmonizing this halal certification process, Dr. Marina. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We need you. So our last question would be from Zarida Zakaria. Um, Thank you for your insightful sharing, Prof. Dr. Rashima. Just wondering if you are involved in any initiative to update the Halal Guideline MS 1500-2009, which has been in existence for quite some time. Maybe Prof. Rashima can answer this question. Regarding the Halal Guidelines, what do you think about it?
Answer for the Imam. The mana have a problem.
Sorry, we have technical problems. Regarding the Halal Guidelines MS 1500-2009, do you have any comments on this, Dr. Ikmal?
Okay, since maybe we have technical problem on Dr. Roshima's side. Okay. Maybe from Dr. Roshima. Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
sorry, back out dah, gelap dah semua.
Okay, okay.
Okay, yes. What? May I know the question, please? Okay, thank you for your insightful share. Okay, I'm not really involved with this halal guideline MSS. What I say, ISO 1500 2009. But what I'm trying to say, this is the time. Yes, and I'm sure that this MSS halal food MS. 2009 is talks about practical guideline for the food industry in the preparations of handling of halal food, isn't it? So including can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, very clear, Prof.
Including the nutrients, supplements, and others, isn't it? But what I'm trying to highlight here, this is the time for the halal industry not only focus on the halalness halalness of the product or service, but also they need to know how the firms is actually managed and operated their business in accordance with what we call true Sharia principles. But yet, yes, I did just to share my research on this IFI, Islamic Financial Institutions, where we did a research on this, what we call Islamic business ethics, where I tried to look at this, whether these Islamic financial institutions of the banking system is actually Islamic bank is actually portray what we call Islamic corporate ethical identity or not. So I think this research can be applied to this halal industry because we want halal industry to have what we call not only the halalness only on the product and also the services, but also the holistic or comprehensive framework that covers not only that two things, the product and services, but also their underlying philosophy, their underlying values need also to be considered in this what we call halal industry. And also they also need to have what we call their attentions towards what we call anything that related to developments of anything developments and also social goals. And also they need to have this halal industry to have what we call environmental concerns, and also they need to establish what we call Sharia supervisory board, and also Sharia governance, human resource effectiveness, and also integrity and ethics. Because I can see that what I did a research in this IFIs, I think since the time bila saya diminta untuk bercakap on this halal industry, I think this is the time maybe Tuhan dah gerakkan hati saya to do a very depth research in this halal industry, maybe to have what we call holistic or comprehensive criteria in order to actually sustain in this halal industry. Okay, can you hear
Yes.
my
Yes,
explanation?
thank you very much, Prof. Indeed, maybe we can actually, replicate the existing guidelines, especially in the banking sectors, with the halal sectors, inshallah. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end part of the forum, and we would like to say a heartiest thanks again to our panelists for the fruitful discussion for today's forum. So, hopefully, this forum will be beneficial to everybody outside there, especially to those who are related with halal services industries. And thank you very much. See you again, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, yang tadi kasih ada boleh masuk tak? Tak bisa ambil. Bagi dia. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is Parallel Session 1 on the theme Business and Management. We're going to gain more knowledge from our 7 presenters. 5 presenters will be presenting topics on management theme, and another 2 presenters will be presenting on business theme. Should you have any queries, do drop your question in the chat box. Going to start off with our presenter. The first presenter is Dr. Ahmad Syaiful Anwar from ISDEF, and with his topic Pemerkasaan Golongan Miskin Bandar Berdasarkan Peluang Sekitar Lokaliti Perspektif Projek Masa di Sungai Nibong.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah, segala puji syukur bagi Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dengan limpah kurnia rezekinya dapat kita bersama-sama pada hari ini di dalam satu konferensi yang sangat hebat, insya-Allah. Okey, hari ini saya akan berkongsi kepada para hadirin berkaitan dengan tajuk Pemerkasaan Golongan Miskin Bandar Berdasarkan Peluang Sekitar Lokaliti, iaitu perspektif projek masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, untuk hari ini, saya akan berkongsi kepada perempuan berkaitan dengan 3 perkara. Okey, pertama dah tentulah berkaitan dengan pengenalan projek masa Sungai Nibong. Yang kedua, kita masuk kepada pemetaan faktor luaran ahli masa Sungai Nibong. Dan yang ketiga, aktiviti-aktiviti yang melibatkan ahli masa Sungai Nibong. Yang pertama, pengenalan projek masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, projek masa Sungai Nibong ini merupakan projek di bawah Pusat Kajian Pengurusan Pembangunan Islam ISDEF USM yang telah dilantik oleh Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Pulau Pinang sebagai fasilitator, okey, untuk projek masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, jadi masa Sungai Nibong ni sebenarnya apa? Makmal sosioakademik di Pangsapuri Wakaf City dan Hajah Norijah di Sungai Nibong, Pulau Pinang. Okey, seperti yang hadirin tahu, keunikan Pulau Pinang dengan tanahnya yang terhad dan sangat mahal telah menjadikan projek masa Sungai Nibong ni sebagai projek perintis yang nak mengumpulkan asnaf dalam satu perkampungan bandar. Okey, dalam konteks Pulau Pinang, asnaf yang terpilih ini dikumpulkan di satu kawasan perumahan Pangsapuri seperti yang terdapat di masa Sungai. Jadi boleh tengoklah di dalam ini ada gambar Pangsapuri. Di sinilah taknya masa Sungai Nibong, yang mana di dalam Pangsapuri ini 77 unit, daripadanya 24 daripadanya dikhususkan untuk projek masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, fokus masa Sungai Nibong ni merangkumi kepada 2 aspek pembangunan, iaitu aspek pembangunan insaniah dan juga aspek pembangunan sosioekonomi. Okey, di samping itu juga projek masa Sungai Nibong ni ada 3 fasa, melibatkan 3 fasa yang keseluruhannya diaplikasikan selama 3 tahun. Okey, jadi kita tengok fasa pertama fokus kepada aspek pembangunan insaniah yang melibatkan pengumpulan data, okey, secara menyeluruh ke semua asnaf yang terlibat di masa Sungai Nibong. Fasa kedua pula akan menumpukan kepada aspek nak kenal pasti aspek pembangunan sosioekonomi asnaf masa Sungai Nibong, dan manakala fasa ketiga juga, fasa ketiga pula merupakan penggabungan antara aspek pembangunan insaniah dan aspek pembangunan sosioekonomi dengan merangkumkan program dengan aktiviti yang dibuat khusus sebagai fasa berorientasikan tindakan sepenuhnya berdasarkan hasil penemuan penyelidikan daripada fasa pertama dan fasa kedua. Okey, jadinya untuk kali ini saya akan berkongsikan kepada para hadirin, okey, yang difokuskan untuk fasa pertama saja. Okey, fasa pertama saja, iaitu fasa pemetaan komuniti asnaf masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, kita tengok perkara yang kedua, pemetaan faktor luaran. Okey, kalau tuan-tuan dapat lihat, di dalam slide, kedudukan Pangsapuri Wakaf City dan Janorijah ini adalah terletak di tengah-tengah. Okey, di tengah-tengah yang mana sekelilingnya terdiri merangkumi pelbagai sektor peluang-peluang pekerjaan yang boleh dimanfaatkan oleh asnaf masa Sungai Nibong. Okey, daripada segi sektor perkilangan ada, sektor perbankan ada, sektor pengangkutan pun ada, okey, pusat beli belah pun banyak, okey, perhotelan pun banyak. Jadi dengan pasapuri wakaf yang terletak di tengah-tengah ini menyediakan peluang pekerjaan yang sangat banyak kepada ahli-ahli masa air Sungai Nibong. Okey, untuk slide seterusnya kita tengok peluang kemahiran dan penjanaan pendapatan yang dimanfaatkan oleh ketua isi rumah dan pasangan ketua isi rumah. Okey, majoriti ketua isi rumah dan pasangan ketua isi rumah iaitu seramai 23 orang memanfaatkan peluang pekerjaan yang ada dalam radius 5 km dari pasapuri wakaf. Hanya 3 orang saja ketua isi rumah yang bekerja di luar radius 5 km daripada pasapuri wakaf kerana masih bekerja di tempat yang sama, ataupun tempat yang lama, kedai perabot, nelayan dan juga bekerja dengan saudara mara, iaitu di kedai runcit. Jadi asnaf yang terlibat di projek masak air Sungai Nibong ini masih ada juga yang bekerja sebelum dia berpindah ke pasapuri wakaf. Okey, walau bagaimanapun masih ada peluang-peluang untuk nak meneroka bidang-bidang dan peluang pekerjaan yang lain. Kalau kita tengok hanya 3 orang saja daripada 29 ketua isi rumah maupun pasangan ketua isi rumah yang bekerja di sektor perkilangan maupun di sektor-sektor yang lain. Sambutan masih kurang. Sebab apa sambutan masih kurang? Ada 3 perkara. Ada 3 perkara. Apa 3 perkara itu? Yang pertama adalah mobility ataupun pengangkutan. Kita tengok yang pertama. Kita tengok motivasi. Kurangnya keyakinan dan pendedahan peluang pekerjaan. Keyakinan tu sebab apa kurang? Rata-ratanya asnaf yang ada di projek masak air Sungai Nibong ini mempunyai tahap pendidikan yang sekadar sehingga SPM saja. Bahkan ada juga yang di tahap UPSR, di tahap pendidikan rendah, dan juga pendidikan menengah pun yang tak habis pun ada. Jadi berdasarkan kurangnya keyakinan itu membuatkan mereka tidak mahu untuk mencuba ataupun terdedah kepada peluang-peluang pekerjaan yang lebih berjangka panjang, yang lebih tinggi. Dia punya pendapatan. Kebanyakan asnaf yang ada sebelum ini bekerja makan gaji sendiri. Bekerja sendiri. Hanya bekerja sebagai tukang masak, berniaga nasi lemak dan sebagainya. Berdasarkan kepada latar belakang tersebut membuatkan mereka kurangnya keyakinan untuk mencuba di sektor yang baru. Yang kedua, pengangkutan bagi asnaf-asnaf di projek masak air Sungai Nibong ni hanya melibatkan kepada kebanyakannya hanyalah kepada ketua isi rumah, pasangan tiada. Itulah menyebabkan salah satu sebabnya pasangan ni kurang mendapat pekerjaan. Kaedah pemikiran bagi ketua isi rumah dan pasangan ketua isi rumah juga hanya mampu melihat sekadar keputusan tu hanya jangka pendek, tidak jangka panjang. Segala keputusan yang dibuat itu menyebabkan mereka tidak mampu untuk mencari atau mengetengahkan diri mereka untuk sektor-sektor yang memberi pendapatan yang lebih tinggi. Atas sebab itu haruslah dibentuk satu aktiviti supaya apa? Asnaf-asnaf sini dapat berusaha, dapat keluar daripada kepompong kemiskinan. Keluar daripada kepompong kemiskinan, dan pendapatan ini sudah pasti dapat membantu asnaf-asnaf berdiri di atas kaki sendiri tanpa bantuan daripada mana-mana pihak yang berkenaan. Jadi projek masak ini menghasilkan beberapa perancangan aktiviti yang bersesuaian, yang fleksibel, supaya asnaf ini dapat menyesuaikan diri untuk terlibat dalam sama-sama program yang telah dirancang. 4 skala masa yang terlibat, iaitu kalau tuan-tuan dapat lihat, hadirin dapat lihat 4 skala masa, iaitu mingguan, bulanan, berkala dan khas, dan 6 kategori program yang ada, iaitu pemakasaan, kita ada program intervensi, libat sama komuniti dan pelbagai aktiviti yang ada. Okey, kalau tuan-tuan dapat tengok, inilah aktiviti-aktiviti yang dilakukan di projek masa at Sungai Nibong. Okey, jadi sebagai penutup bagi perkongsian kita pada hari ini, perlunya program intervensi dan permakasaan yang bersifat fleksibel dan tidak bersifat keras ataupun rigid agar anjakan terhadap perubahan sikap, minda dan sifat diri dapat dibentuk dalam usaha nak bantu ketua isi rumah, pasangan ketua isi rumah melepaskan diri daripada kitaran dan perangkap kemiskinan. Sekian, terima kasih daripada saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our next presenter is Ms. Ari Yusneli from UniSHAMS with the topic Islamic Work Ethic as Mediating Effect of Compensation, Career Development, Work Environment, Leadership, Organizational Culture, Religiosity on the Performance of Islamic Bank Employees in Riau Province.
Well, thank you very much for giving me a chance to introduce myself. My name is Ari Yusneli. I'm from Pekanbaru, Riau, Indonesia. I'm student philosophy management, UniSHAMS. I want to presentation my paper Islamic Work Ethos as Mediation of the Influence of a Compensation, Career Development, Work Environment, Leadership, Organizational Culture, Religiosity on the Performance of Sharia Bank Employee in Riau Province, Ari Yusneli and Rahayati Ahmad, University Islam Antarabangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, UniSHAMS. Background of study: number of employee at Islamic Sharia Commercial Bank, year 2016 until 2020. Number of Sharia Commercial Bank employee in Riau: Bank Syariah Indonesia, Bank Syariah Mandiri, Bank Muamalat, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Bank BNI, Bank BRI Syariah, Bank BTPN Syariah, Bank BTN Syariah, Bank Mega Syariah. Education level of Islamic bank employee in Riau Province in 2021: diploma, bachelor, master, doctor, etc. Background of study: the Association of Indonesian Sharia Bank estimate the need for human resource for Islamic banking is around 11,000 per year on average. Abisindo Chairman Fauzi, 2013, said the growth of the Islamic banking industry in recent years has driven the high demand for competent human resource. Abisindo estimates that formal educational institutions in Indonesia are only able to supply Islamic, economic, and financial human research around 3,750 people per year. Islamic banking human research up to 7,000 people per year. Problem statement: Bank Indonesia said the growth of Islamic banking human research is not directly proportional to the industry, which is growing quite rapidly. The executive director of the Bank Indonesia Syariah Banking Department, Setiadi, 2012 said there is an imbalance between supply and demand. In 2011, the turnover rate in Islamic bank was only 5%, but in 2012 it increased to 10%. The move from the one Islamic bank to another is often the case. The result of interview and observation made by research are the obstacles faced by employees regarding salaries and incentives received by employees. The company promise are not in accordance with that was promised, so that it affects the performance of Islamic bank employee. Another obstacle is all if the work currently being carried out is not in accordance with the interests and talents of each individual and also doesn't match the educational background. For example, an employee who tends to like challenge and wants to discover new things, but the work he is currently doing is routine and demands to do work according to standard procedure. Another obstacle is the leader does not realize and consider the needs for career development for employees, so that Islamic bank leaders get problems that hinder the improvement of employee performance, such as employee dissatisfaction, complaints, lack of memorable, discrete work discipline, high absenteeism, even employee turnover. The obstacle faced is that they do not yet have an Islamic work ethic. The work is part of worship, so that work is just a routine. Whereas in Islam, work is a form of worship. Employees must be honest and keep his promise, have responsibility for work, always be enthusiastic in work, sincere and priorities the intention to worship, provide service that exceed expectation. Several cases of fraud were carried out by employees of Islamic banks. Research objective and subjective. Research objective: the purpose of carrying out this research were: 1. To examine the level Islamic work ethics, compensation, career development, work environment, leadership, organizational culture, religiosity, and the performance of Sharia bank employee in Riau province. Subjective: 1. To analyze the effect of compensation on the performance of Sharia bank employee in Riau. Research question: the purpose of carrying on this research were: what is level Islamic work ethos, compensation, career development, work environment, leadership, organizational culture, religiosity, and the performance of Sharia bank employed in Riau province. Research question: what is the effect of compensation on the performance of Sharia bank employee in Riau? Significance of study and scope of study. This research is expected to provide input for the government and banking institution, especially those related to measuring the performance of Islamic bank employees. In a broader perspective, the results of the study are able to improve welfare and provide concern for the Muslim community to share with each other with them of happiness in the world and the hereafter. The scope of study is to focus on the physical location of the researchers is Riau province, Indonesia. Limiting the scope of the research will help the feasibility of the research for researchers in of the connection time, cost, and the number of survey need to conduct to the research. The scope of the consideration study on the profession of Islamic bank employees with demographic, discipline, sector, and personal background. Literature review, variable, definition, indicator, dimension. Compensation, work environment, leadership, organizational culture, religiosity, Islamic work ethic, performance, and theoretical framework, GV, compensation, career development, work environment, leadership, organizational culture, religiosity, and EV, performance, and mediating Islamic work ethic. Methodology, population, sampling, and data collection. The population is a generalization or consisting of object, subject. They have certain qualities and characteristics determined by the research of the state on the draw conclusion. The population text is male all employee of Islamic bank in the Riau region 1026 population. The sampling of the study used simple random sampling, while the sampling technique used the formula from Slovene. Result 2088 people. Research methodology, type of methodology, quantitative. questionnaires, statistic, software, SPSS, SEM Smart, PLS, research type, applied, contribute to increase for adding to knowledge about the problem currently being faced by Islamic bank employee in general and in Riau province in particular. I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Muhammad Bakir from UniSHAMS with the topic, the relationship between online halal food delivery quality and customer satisfaction among students, a case study in UniSHAMS.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Hello everyone. Okay, today we discuss about the relationship between online halal food delivery quality and customer satisfaction among students, a case study of UniSHAMS. In recent years, with the progress in technology, there has been a tremendous increase in e-commerce activity. Each platform has become popular among customers because customers can shop their comfort home. And another important factor is the growth of the internet in relation to the Chang Cholo mentioned that one of the many industries that boom seems to be in online food industry, which show in 12% increase percent per year. According to an Aerometer, the 100% home delivery market in Malaysia has a value 253 million and it is expected to grow at the rate of 11% per annum. This is especially true in the fast food segment that provide home delivery. However, in our knowledge, there is currently a limited understanding about the safety and quality of food item during transportation from the food outlet to customers. So through online food delivery service, such business also raise food hygiene consideration. The concern of the food safety and hygiene has risen. Ineffective food handling training, the use of untreated water for non-drinking purpose, and poor sanitation hygiene are primary risk factor of food poisoning in Malaysia. However, the information of online FDS in the halal supply chain is serious and raises the question of halal sanctity of food delivery by means of this service. Therefore, the article offers the unique perspective on halal online food delivery quality, customer satisfaction, especially during endemic COVID-19, because concept halal is now becoming a standard demand. It generates serious extension in the local, international, also global market. And the Muslim supposed to make effort to obtain halal food of good quality, of good is religion of obligation to consume only halal food. To present study is aimed to looking into the relationship between online halal food delivery quality and consumer satisfaction among students is one higher learning institution in northern Malaysia. So this study present is aimed at looking into relationship online halal food delivery quality and customer satisfaction among students of one higher learning institution in northern Malaysia. Okay, this is our research question and research hypothesis. Theoretical framework, we look at the relationship between halal food quality, service quality, food pricing into customer satisfaction. We used the survey among 106 student councils of higher learning institutions from variety field study. Okay, we used the 5-point Likert scale, 1 totally disagree and 2 totally disagree. Data screening was done by SPSS. We use the reliability test to measure internal consistency of variable. The value corn by alpha was computed. Table 1 below show the value corn by alpha for the variable online food delivery, quality and consumer satisfaction. Okay, and the result. Are there any difference in consumer satisfaction between male and female? From the test, we found that there are difference in customer satisfaction between male and female. The difference are significant at T value at 2.72 and P value is less than 0.05. Common customer satisfaction for male is significantly higher than female. Therefore, HI is spot. For the research question number 2, is food quality related to customer satisfaction? From Pearson correlation analysis, it was found food quality is positively related to customer satisfaction. And RQ2 is food pricing related to customer satisfaction. We using the Pearson correlation analysis is found food is positive related to customer satisfaction at P value less than 0.05. Okay, we look at the table 3 for the detail in the result. Is food pricing related to customer satisfaction? Is from positively related to customer satisfaction, and as hypothesis, all variable under OHFD quality are related positively with customer satisfaction. This finding is consistently with the study done in Selangor and the 220 adult sample. The results show that all independent variables, namely service quality, halal food quality, pricing, are related significantly to customer satisfaction. Consumer in their study from Rahim and Muhammad Yunus and the present study show that OHFD quality are all important factors onwards customer satisfaction. The study has provided evidence of the importance of OHFD quality on customer satisfaction. Further study should look into more variables. One, it is essential to use OHFD as the problem of pandemic is loosening and more people are either eating at home or in the restaurant, and thus the industry might become more and more competitive. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you.
The next presenter is Dr. Rahayati Ahmad from UniSHAMS with the topic Corporate Governance and Corporate Social Responsibility Performance, the moderating roles of dividend payout in Sharia-compliant companies in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My name is Rahayati Ahmad. I'm going to present a paper titled Corporate Governance and Corporate Social Responsibility Performance, the moderating role of dividend payout in Sharia compliant company in Malaysia. The Sharia compliant company, company that conduct business transaction which are contrary to the Islamic principle as required by Bursa Malaysia. number of Sharia compliant in Bursa Malaysia increased tremendously since the introduction of Islamic capital market, and in line with the NAF Malaysia plan and wanted Malaysia to become the global hub for Islamic capital market. Corporate governance is a strong foundation used to improve the role and responsibility of board and committee members to seriously play their part effectively, including promote timely disclosure of financial reporting, safeguarding the integrity of and transparency of the company information, strengthening the internal control. CSR focus beyond financial, which is more on economic performance, and look at how the company perform in terms of environmental and social performance. Both CG and CSR elements were claimed by past researcher can be used as a tool that could improve the company performance in the long run. Sustainability require beyond the two elements above. Agency theory stated that dividend payment is another tool add to CG and CSR in controlling agency behavior, even though it increased transaction costs associated with internal external funding. But dividend work or serve as a disciplinary and monitoring mechanism used by the board to reduce the conflict of interest arise between the management and the shareholder. The sustainability in corporate governance and corporate social responsibility toward performance is crucial, where the company need to develop an action plan to sustain their business capability and performance for future. The frequent changes in Malaysian Code of Corporate Governance (MCCG) from 2007 until 2021 now have forced all Malaysian public listed companies struggling to adopt and fulfill the requirement of those standards to avoid delisted from the main board and penalty enforced by the Security Commission and Bursa Malaysia for non-compliance. Corporate social responsibility, the other hand, is more to voluntary disclosure but bound by compliance with the Malaysian law. By participating and disclosing CSR activity will represent an expression of corporate accountability to the society. However, based on a study by Ahmad et al. 2013, claimed that the level of corporate social responsibility disclosure among the Sharia compliant company are still low. Sustaining a business required them to expand the momentum of CG and CSR practices. The company need to attract the potential investor and the new shareholder with outstanding dividend payout, so that they can lead to a long-term performance achievement, since it signals the quality of company in the market. So for the research objective in this study, we have three. One, to examining the level of the corporate governance and the corporate social responsibility implementation by the Sharia compliant company for the year 2012, and also number two, to investigate the relationship between corporate governance and corporate social responsibility on performance of Sharia compliant company for the year 2012, and the last one, which is the important objective for this study, is to examining the influence of dividend as a moderating variable on the relationship between corporate governance and corporate social responsibility toward the performance of Malaysian Sharia compliant company. Based on the past literature review, we extract the study done by Rozaini 2006 and Hart et al. 2008. We stated that CG practices benefit the company performance and protect the shareholder wealth. Although there are some studies which not significant, for example like Sun et al. Study found that the most Malaysian company which several corporate governance variables did not have any significant impact on the performance. However, we theoretically can see that the development of MCCG 2012 increased the level of internal governance of the company. Although there is some facts, the changes required time and effort. So we hypothesize that corporate governance has significant positive relationship with performance. A second hypothesis developed based on a study by Shahizad et al. 2014 found that there is a positive relationship between ICSR disclosure and performance, so which is consistent with the stakeholder theory. Although we found that Ahmad et al. 2013 found Actually, corporate social responsibility disclosure among the Sharia compliant company are still low. But we hypothesize based on Sharia compliant company has increased the CSR initiative and disclosure, which help to improve the stakeholder relation with which portray the Islamic value of corporate of the Sharia compliant company and the performance. So therefore, we hypothesize that corporate social responsibility has significant positive relationship with performance. Our third hypothesis developed based on the Canwall et al. 2013, which found that dividend have significant positive relation with the performance, although G. Kamandu et al. Did not agree that. So, however, we hypothesize based on that dividend was known as one of the cash reimbursement strategy for public listed company to return cash or asset to their shareholder and eliminate conflict between corporate insider and a shareholder. So based on Sulong and No 2008, we hypothesize that dividend significant positive relationship with performance. Our last hypothesis is based on the effect of dividend as a moderator variable. So we conclude that based on our reading and our analysis on the previous study, actually dividend payout is a monitoring tool that attract investor and make it easy for the company to raise additional fund to support its operation and help improve the performance. So because of that, we hypothesize that dividend moderates relationship between corporate governance and performance, and we also hypothesize that dividend moderate relationship between corporate social responsibility and performance. So this is our conceptual framework. We have independent variables, which is the two, CGI and CSR, and then we have moderating variables, which is the dividend payout, and dependent variable is performance, the WinQ, and the control variable we have 3. Okay, so the methodology of this study based on the data stream secondary data, we collected the data from the data stream, and then the total population is 923 Malaysian company, which is Sharia compliance. The total sample 2009 company after finalizing deduction of 290 company which we excluded because of the missing data, and 3 industry also excluded from the study, which is finance, hotel, and closed-end fund company. So lead with 209 sample. Okay, this is our summary of the variable, and then the table, okay, related to findings of this study. Okay, we look for the Pearson correlation, and we found that the Tobin Q have a relationship with type, leverage, and size, and also CSR, which is positive, whereas dividend is a negative relationship. We further out analyzed the hierarchical multiple regression, and we found that actually the 3 models that we developed are significantly related. And then for a summary of the whole study, here we have this hierarchical multiple regression result on the influence of dividend on the relationship between corporate governance and corporate social responsibility towards the performance of Sharia compliant company. So model 1, we include all the control variable. The model 2, we include control variable, we independent variable, and also the moderator. And the model 3, we include all variable including the interaction variable. So for the first model, we found that R square is about 20%. The model 2 increased to 25% when we add the extra variable, which is the independent variable and also the moderating variable. And after we add another model 3 here, we find that the level of R square increased to 26%. So based on that, we analyzed that from these 3 model, we look here that the second model show that CSR is positively related to performance. However, the dividend is negatively related to the performance. But for the model 3 show that the existence of interaction between dividend payout and CG actually significant in a negative form, but not for the CSR. But not for the CSR. CSR have no significant relationship with the performance, although there is a moderating effect from the dividend payout. Okay, so we go to the summary of the whole study. Okay, so you can see that from each one, corporate governance had significant positive relationship. Our first hypothesis was rejected because there is no relationship between corporate governance and performance. For H2, corporate social responsibility has significant positive relationship with the performance. Yes, it accepted, as you can see from model 2. And then dividend has significant positive relationship with the performance. Actually, also rejected because there is a negative relationship with performance, not positive relationship with the performance. Okay, so for the last part here is the hypothesis 4 and 5. We accepted hypothesis 4 because dividend moderate relationship between corporate governance and performance, although in a negative form. However, there are no relationship. Dividend did not moderate relationship between corporate social responsibility with performance. So we can summarize that for the objective 1, which is our first objective. Based on descriptive analysis result, we clarified that the level of corporate governance index score is high compared to corporate social responsibility, which is 52%. CSR is only 41%. It was found that the Syariah compliant company in Malaysia managed to fulfill 50% of the Malaysian Code of Corporate Governance, which is done in 2012. And then for the objective number 2, we found that it was found that corporate social responsibility were found to have a significant positive relationship with the performance. The finding was in line with the study done by Saleh and Shahiza 2014. Although CSR disclosure is just a voluntary disclosure, but most of the company take part to seriously disclose the CSR to the community, employee and environment. So next, our last finding show that it was found that dividend payout worked as a moderating variable on the relationship between the corporate governance to performance of Malaysian Sharia compliant, but the relationship was significantly negative toward performance. So we can conclude that the dividend payout low, although the dividend payout low, but it did not reflect the good governance practice with performance in Sharia compliant company. Dividend payout did not play an important indicator to strengthen the relationship between CG and performance. I mean, positively lah, okay, to the Sharia compliant company. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we open for questions.
The next presentation is also by Dr. Rahayati Ahmad with the topic Wakaf Takaful Compensation Model, the level of implementation towards good governance practices and sustainability.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rahayati Ahmad. I'm going to present a paper titled Wakaf Takaful Compensation Model, the level of implementation toward good governance, practice and sustainability. This research is funded by the Ministry of Higher Education under Fundamental Research Grant, FRGS. Okay, the wakaf exists when there is a death occurred to the contributor, and the compensations received by the wakaf recipient will be used for religious welfare until the day of judgment. Wakaf in Takaful product was started and established by Syarikat Takaful Malaysia in 1983. Syarikat Takaful Malaysia introduced the Wakaf Takaful plan in 2002 until 2009. 10 years later, another company, Syarikat Takaful Ikhlas Family Berhad, introduced Family Takaful like other company and opened a space for Wakaf opportunity to institutionalize recipients such as Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia and Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor. Past researchers in Takaful industry claim that there are a need of a broader Islamic Shiar spirit in introducing Takaful scheme by looking into the highest perspective on the concept of Tabaru Fund to the provision of Wakaf Fund for Takaful compensation benefit for the development of social economy of the country. Wakaf instrument work as a long-term reward given by Allah, and also work as a death saving for life after death. Narrated by Muslim, says by Nabi Muhammad SAW. Okay, wakaf does not exist in the context of a clear product such as hibah, takaful hibah, so which is mostly used by most takaful company in Malaysia. Wakaf only exists in terms of distribution of death compensation, since there was a lack of promoting teaching-based product for the wakaf takaful among the takaful agent. There are also some weaknesses on the wakaf takaful compensation model, where in Malaysia we find that the Malaysian wakaf model, the application is lack of implementation, since the disclosure in the standard and procedure of the wakaf takaful product by the takaful company still low. They are also mentioned by Rosli and Johari. Many weaknesses exist in takaful operation, especially in the distribution of death compensation to selected institution of wakaf fund, because there is a lack of standard framework and model that would cater the problem. Okay, so based on previous study, we come up with the two research objective. One is to examine the level of implementation in the procedure and the management system of wakaf takaful compensation model of takaful company in Malaysia, and number two, to analyse the wakaf takaful compensation model in terms of documentation framework index for takaful company in Malaysia. Okay, the concept of takaful in Islam based on mutual assistance, ta'awun, mutual security and responsibility, tahamun, and mutual protection and insurance, incorporated into a concept of tabarul. Okay, Sulaiman et al. 2019 claimed that a well-designed wakaf takaful compensation need to be run by well-knowledgeable professional officer and management who are well-versed with wakaf takaful system for more excellent operation to achieve the overall efficiency and effectiveness. Muhammad Faisal 2014 on their case study, on his case study, okay, found that the wakaf takaful implementation by Syarikat Takaful Malaysia Berhad, which offer two products, namely General Takaful and Family Takaful, found that the wakaf takaful has achieved success in 2002 until 2004, when they're collecting more than 500 certificates. However, this product was discontinued in the market in 2009 due to uncertainty in terms of a warranty contract that exists in the plan. And then wakaf takaful compensation actually to be introduced again now, and it helped in fulfill the religious requirement. Okay, after 2009, now the wakaf takaful compensation started again to be introduced in the market. So for what? For mobilizing the fund from the rich to the poor, creating employment opportunity to develop socio-economic condition of the poor and the whole society, as ultimate result as what mentioned in Maqasid Syariah. Okay. So this study is a quantitative study where we develop a documentation framework index, DPI. Okay, the checklist was developed by adopting and adapting 3 study done by Afif Muhammad et al. 2019, Hassan et al. 2018, and Hassan et al. 2013 to suit with the objective of the study. There are 105 respondents or takaful operator that involved in this study, and we are using unweighted method score adopted with some modification, okay, based on this formula. Okay, so this is descriptive analysis, the demography of the study. We will look at the gender, regions, the field, and also experience, including the scope. And then we go for the 16 theme of the documentation atau 6 index in this study. So the further analysis have been done, and we found that 74% the takaful agents are male, 26% from the sample is is a female, and then 98% are Muslim and 2% is non-Muslim, and then the staff, company staff being salary is only 12%. The others agents are more on a commission base, and then the experience that they have mostly. There are newcomers, like less than 5 years experience, and there also a group of those are experienced agents, which is more than 16 years, which is 31.30%. Okay, and then there are 4 companies which are introducing this scheme. One is Ethical Family Takaful, Takaful Ikhlas Family Berhad, Takaful Malaysia Keluarga Berhad, and Zurich Takaful Malaysia Berhad. So the most company that using the death compensation takaful, this wakaf takaful scheme is this 44.34% coming from agent involved in takaful ikhlas family berhad. And then in terms of product, they are not focus on the most of the agent are not focused on the family and life life takaful only, but they also involve also some general takaful. Okay, so 82%. There are 3: life, family, and general takaful. So next, regarding the branch, okay, this is showing the product increasement. So the most 50%, 6 to 10 product, 39.62 is more than 11 product. They hold more than 11 product. Okay, so next, but mostly 6 to 10 lah. Those who are experienced, maybe they will handle about 11 product in the company that they being agent to. And then the branches, most of the company they have these branches. So the company that have the largest is about 16 branches lah. So 39 maximum to 15 branches, and 16 more than 38.68 more than 16 branches. Okay, so next we go to the most important part, the documentation framework index. So based on the index, we develop the item of the index. So this is all the item of the index. Based from this item, we do t-tests. The result of the test to see highest score of implementation of each documentation or the process of the documentation related to wakaf takaful compensation scheme or model. So we identified that from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 16 item or team that they use, only 3 the most high T value score that we can see from document QC7, document C9, document QC4. This is the most highest T score from overall item that we tested. And then the lowest is document 11, document 15, and document 6, the documentation process. So we go to the conclusion lah. This study is on the wakaf takaful compensation model. So we want to see the level of implementation toward the good governance. We identified that the overall strength of documentation framework that this wakaf takaful have is 3. 88%. These agents claimed that documentation they documented the percentage of the death compensation to participant by choice. It means that the percentage of how much wakaf that they want to contribute, the percentage, they have their own choice. 2%, 3%, 5%, how much is up to the participant. And then this everybody knows, and everybody the agent acknowledge about that, and the documentation is given as such away. Okay, so 81% takaful agent declare that participants have the right to decide the percentage to be wakaf and choose the religious institution they want to wakaf. So it means that if they have all the rights of choosing the percentage, and they have the right of choosing which religious institution they want to wakaf the money when they pass away. And then 79% takaful agents say that restricted, I mean agent they work in the agency, what we call takaful agency lah, restricted the participant can only wakaf percentage of their compensation, not to individual. Means that they must wakaf their money to legal religious institution only. That's the restricted in the document. So the clear documentation regarding three things. One, percentage of how much percent of wakaf that you want to the participant want to provide. Number two, they can choose any religious institutions that they want to contribute the wakaf, and then the wakaf cannot be to individual person. It must be to religious and legal institution. Okay, the witnesses that we find from the way of the model have been documented. So 52%, you can say that no standard list. There's no list provided. So that's why they give 100% the choices of choosing which religious institution to be wakaf. And then 52, number B, less providing training, almost 50%. So the training provided is not clearly provided lah, the way in terms of providing training to staff agency personnel in promoting wakaf is quite less lah. And then they also claim that no promotional material such as poster, template, flyer to community about giving wakaf to religious institution in form of it means that the poster, the templates, quite few for them to promote this wakaf takaful to the community. So this is the finding of my study. So as a conclusion, it can be concluded that wakaf takaful compensation model is a new in Malaysia, but still some weaknesses in several elements in documentations and marketing of wakaf takaful based product need to be done lah. Wakaf agency company in Malaysia need to verify several important elements related to maqasid syariah, which can fulfill the religious requirement through performing various activities and mobilizing resources for the rich to the poor, creating employment opportunity to develop social economic condition of poor and whole society as a whole. So the social development by wakaf takaful compensation can be very useful for our nation. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Any question you can ask in this presentation, after this presentation. Okay, thank you.
Our next presenter is Madam Roslida Zalila Ahmad Rusli from UniSHAMS with the topic, The Role of Halal Awareness and Halal Certification in Determining Halal Purchase Intention Among Muslim Students in UniSHAMS.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Roslida Zalila binti Ahmad Rusli. We present my paper, The Role of Halal Awareness and Halal Certification in Determining Halal Purchase Intention Among Muslim Students in UniSHAMS. The writers in this research are Dr. Muhammad Fari, me, myself, Roslida Zalila, Puan Atika Hamba, and Encik Rizal Hasnan. The abstract for this paper, the purpose of this study to examine the role of halal awareness and halal certification in determining halal purchase intention among Muslim students in UniSHAMS. In this research, the questionnaires were distributed to 135 students based on a random sampling method. The data was input into SPSS V26 and analyzed using linear regression in SPSS. The findings supports two significant direct effects in the model, thus supporting the hypothesis halal awareness and halal certification is significantly influenced to intention to purchase halal product. Introduction for this paper. Halal awareness in Malaysia is found mostly among the medium and large industry players. Some smaller industry players, especially those in home-based businesses, are still assuming halal does not apply to them and thus some take it for granted. Although awareness of halal and halal certified products has increased tremendously over the past few years, awareness of halal certification has not increased much. Many of the industry players do not understand the process for halal certification in Malaysia, and thus most assume it is a very hard and lengthy process. The literature review for this research. The first one, halal awareness and intention to purchase according to Rasley at the year of 2013 said the awareness on halalness concept is a must for any Muslim individual, either a consumer or an entrepreneur. The production of halal products and services is the most important, should be followed according to Sharia law. And the second information gathered from the literature review, according to a survey conducted in Malaysia, there is a low degree of knowledge among SME on the awarding of halal certification, according to Dewan Etesra 2015. Findings show that halal understand reduce the impact of the buying intent on halal food purchases. According to Abdullah and Razak 2019 and Asif et al. 2018, who found that halal awareness moderates buying intention toward halal good purchases. This situation, halal certificate and intention to purchase entrepreneurs that create products or services that have been audited to be recognized as halal are given halal certification according to Nordin et al. 2011. According to Hanzi and Remzani 2011, the purpose of halal certification is to guarantee that Muslim dietary practices adhere to Sharia law and to encourage Muslim and non-Muslim businesses to manufacture items that meet the halal standard and requirements. With halal certification, consumers may be assured of a nutritious, safe, sanitary and high quality product, according to Haruddin et al. At 2015. And the last part is the methodology. For this research, this study used a quantitative approach with cross-sectional methodologies. In this research, all the information was gathered using a survey questionnaire with 3 sections to investigate. The first one, halal awareness. The second one, the halal certification, and the third, intention to purchase among Muslim students at University Islam Antarabangsa Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, UniSHAMS. There are 120 Muslim students who are currently enrolled at UniSHAMS, as a starting point. In this research, SPSS version 26 was used in analyzing the data. There are several variables were measured, which consist of halal awareness, halal certification, and intention to purchase, were all assessed using a 5-point interval scale. The variables are rated on a 5 scale ranging from strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. The dependent variable in this research is intention to purchase, whereas the independent variables are halal awareness and halal certification. Gender, age, education level, study scores, and semester are among the 5 demographic items contained in the test. These studies participants range in age from 18 to 35. The sample size was chosen at random and included male and female. And also the university students are from diploma through degree levels. In-path analysis is used to examine the obtained data, which is an extension of linear regression analysis. This regression analysis is used to estimate the causation link between variables that have been previously developed based on theory. That's all from my presentation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Salim Ibrahim Al-Zub from ISDAF with the topic The Effect of Smartphone Usage on Financial Inclusion Rates in Jordan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Salim Al-Zubi. I am a PhD student at University of Science Malaysia, Center of Islamic Development Management Studies. Well, today I'm very glad because I want to share my topic with you, which is the effect of smartphone usage and financial inclusion rates in Jordan. By the introduction right now, people have a new perspective after coronavirus. People during coronavirus using online payment for everything, for electricity bill, for internet bill, for school students' fees. Well, right now, why financial inclusion and smartphone are very important? Well, to increase using cashless, to attract the customer psychologically by providing a new financial service, and to help people who are living in rural area to access them to financial service. By right now, regarding a problem statement, well, the country like Jordan, considered of the developed countries, the researchers noticed something during coronavirus and until now, people we have limited to access financial service. Generally, we have limited to access financial service specific to people who are living in rural area, and in the Jordan we have limited or lack using financial service and financial inclusion and digital finance. So all these bad circumstances motivate me to do this research in this regard right now. Smartphone usage and financial inclusion rates. Let's start by smartphone. As the name implies, that smartphone is used to mean a handheld electronic device that provides connection to the cellular network and the internet. Smartphone offer a compelling platform for providing financial service to underserved populations. Mobile phone has a way for customers to conduct all their daily banking transactions with their bank. On the other hand, we have financial inclusion, straightforward concept that enables individuals and business with low financial rates to access financial products, saving transaction, payments, credit, insurance, etc. All of these things with affordable price. Based on the above definition and the two words joined together, smartphone usage and financial inclusion, it means that's a process of accessing, utilizing the financial service such as handset, ATM, POS, or any other appliance in order to achieve the specific goals. Well, after we finish financial inclusion and smartphone definition, now we're gonna to launch the effect of smartphone usage on financial inclusion rate in Jordan. No doubt increasing economic growth rates is the primary goals for almost all the business sectors. As a result of numerous studies confirm that importance of individuals' access to financial service in improving growth opportunities and improving individuals' income. In this vein, after reviewing large numbers of related literature and conducting interview with conversed scholars in the area of economic development, the researcher postulated many fruitful outcomes as the major effects of smartphone usage and financial inclusion rates. They are as follows. Smartphone or mobile payment system help to reduce use cash risk to cashless or electronic cash. It's reduce the danger of loss or thief as well as other risk. It provides the potential benefits and formula financial service to the users affected by geographic distance and the small amounts of money that stop them from opening a bank account. It allows individuals to open account with a minimum or manual fees, and it's also regarded as one of the most important currently available to reduce the unwanted crowd of people in the banking sector's whole. The situation that lead to the safety for the people's life specific before and during coronavirus that will help the people to protect the people from unspared a new disease. Well, regarding analysis of the effect of a smartphone and financial inclusion, the findings showed that mobile phones that are significant factors for financial inclusion in Jordan, meaning that increasing mobile usage has a boosted financial inclusion. The outcomes provide the similar result in the term of the statistical significance of the mobile phone variables. First, in line with the economic rationale, that the result shows that the smartphone has a significant positive relationship with the financial inclusion rate, meaning that rising level of online payment are associated with the increasing financial inclusion rate. It also implies that increasing smartphone or mobile phone usage plays a significant role to increasing financial inclusion in the Jordan. Continue by analysis. The primary objectives of this study is to assess the relationship between Islamic banks and providing their service through mobile phone by easier and simpler way for the customers. That a result, therefore, provide evidence that providing financial services through mobile phones plays a significant role to deliver financial service to all the citizens, especially people who are living in rural areas, that increasing the financial inclusion rate in Jordan. The result shows that increasing using smartphone and mobile payment help reduce the unwanted crowd for people in the banking sector and the whole situation that lead to more safety for people and protect them from another disease, as I mentioned in the last or previous and last but not least, the conclusion of this study. This paper investigates the effect of smartphone usage on financial inclusion and the level of the effect on the users. We have followed by quantitative and analytical approach to the quality of the service, the ease of using service, and the security of the service provided through the smartphone and mobile payment system on the financial inclusion. It's shown that the smartphone played an important role in increasing the financial increasing rates and the recommended to be including in all the Islamic banks operating in Jordan. Smartphone and mobile payment adoption, financial inclusion, and sustainability of mobile money for Islamic finance are among the effects that needs more analysis, regularity, and arrangement of institutions offering mobile money. By this, we'll finally thank you for listening and paid your attention. And I am sorry to take a long time for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, may all of us benefit from the topics shared. Now, ladies and gentlemen, continuing our session with a keynote speech by Dr. Qazi Saidul Islam from CQ University, Australia. A little bit of his background. His expertise is in Islamic research methodology, Islamic development management studies, and he's also a certified public accountant and also a certified management accountant, Australia. He's now a lecturer in accounting system and Assurance School of Business and Law, CQ University, Australia. Please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. You can see my name is Dr. Qazi Saidul Islam. I am a lecturer in accounting at Central Queensland University in Australia. And prior to taking this position, I was a professor of accounting at the University of Rajshahi in Bangladesh. So currently I'm working in Australia. And thank you very much for inviting me to present a keynote. As time is limited, I'm directly going to the topic. The topic I am going to present today is sustainable business and societal practices, the role of a Muslim. I depended on a number of resources, so I should acknowledge that in order to develop this keynote. In particular, I went through Sustainable Development Goals of the UNO, and then I went through GRI guidelines, IIRC framework, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board standards, and International Sustainability Standard Board discussion papers and exposure draft, and Climate Disclosure Standard Boards framework. Also, I depended on Financial Stability Board's TCFD recommendations and initiatives taken by G20, G7, World Economic Forum, European Commission, and IOSCO. And predominantly, I depended on the holy books in Islam, that is Quran and Hadith, in order to develop my keynote. So sustainability is in transition. People were talking about sustainability in the late 1990s, in particular in 1987. At the UN level, people are talking about sustainability. Now, a lot of frameworks we can see regarding sustainability reporting. That's why International Organization of Securities Commission sees an urgent need for a globally consistent, comparable, and reliable sustainable concept and sustainability disclosure standards. Accordingly, we can see that the world-renowned universities are throwing the programs and training for teaching the participants about sustainability. You can see from this slide, and the role is played by the University of Cambridge and Harvard University. So traditionally, we can understand that sustainability, financial aspects are covered with the perspective of self-interest in order to achieve materialistic success at present. But we look at the sustainable approach, then we can see that this is an approach to meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. And sustainability in true sense is a pragmatic approach that provides emphasis nowadays on three important aspects: environment, in particular in Australia, climate first is the slogan of the current government. And second important component of sustainability is social responsibility or social welfare rather than self-interest. And the third important aspect of sustainability is the spirit of governance for discharging responsibility with accountability, ethics, and transparency. So we can see that in the 21st century, that is in the current century, there has been an enormous awareness about the sustainability. People are talking about the different aspects of sustainability. But 1400 years ago, Islam laid down specific provisions and gave a comprehensive framework for sustainable business and societal practices. So Islam is far ahead of the current research regarding sustainability, because Muslims have the responsibility for the environment, for good societal practices, and Muslim has corporate governance responsibilities in order to discharge responsibility with accountability, transparency, and ethics. So if you look at the first aspect of sustainability, that is environment. So what are the roles of a Muslim for environment? We can see an important aspect here. The sustainability, the concept is inbuilt in the biological appearance of human being. Allah would like to see a Muslim with clean heart, clean body, and clean dress. A Muslim cannot pray until he or she is clean in body, mind, and heart. And we should not walk upon the earth exactly. Surah Al-Isra. And Allah loveth not those who do mishap or damage or destroy or harm to the environment and society. And do not mischief on the earth after it has been set in order. That will be the best for you if ye have faith. So if we have the iman, so we should not do anything harmful for the environment. And another provision here in Surah Al-Araf, we can see eat and drink, but waste not by excess. So we should not be extravagant. We should not be wasteful. We should not be lavish. So we should protect the environment. We should take care of the environment. If we look at the Sahih Muslim, then we can see the world is beautiful and verdant, that is green, and verily Allah has made you his stewards. So we have been given responsibility, stewardship agency to take care of the environment, to take care of the green world. If a Muslim plants a tree or sows a seeds, then a bird or a person or an animal eats from it. And so this is a charitable gift to the environment. So Muslim has that responsibility to discharge with a charitable mind. And whenever plants a tree and diligently or carefully looks after it until it matures and bears fruit, is rewarded. So we need to take care of the tree until it becomes mature to give the fruit to us. And it is very clearly stated in Sahih Muslim that a Muslim has the least iman when he or she at least removes the harmful things, painful things from the pathways. So how much we should be careful about the road, about the transportation system. So that is stated in this Sahih Muslim pronouncement. So now we understand that Muslims have enormous responsibilities to nurse and protect the environment. If we look at the second aspects, that Muslims' roles or responsibilities for sustainable societal practices. So it is stated in Quran, Surah 4, verse 36, serve God and do good to parents, to orphans, to those in need, to neighbors, to the captives. So for God loveth not the arrogant and the vainglorious, selfish or proud people. So we understand we should not be selfish. So we have societal responsibilities. None of you truly believes until he wishes for his brother that he wishes for himself. So what if I think something better for me, I should think that that is also better for my Muslim brothers and sisters as well. And in whose wealth there is a right acknowledged for the poor beggar, and destitute. That's why Allah has given the provision for the zakat in Quran, and we know that as if our wealth or resources are more than the nisab, then 2.5% of our savings, our earnings should be donated or should be spent in the form of zakat. And zakat is compulsory, is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And zakat should be given to the poor. Salam. He used to take care of the wives. Whenever he was at home, he used to serve his wives. So women should be happy to hear that. And to be firm and patient in own pain and suffering. So we understand in this world a lot of fights, a lot of bombings, a lot of corruptions, a lot of anarchies. So we should be patient and firm. So that is one of our social responsibility, and we should not commit any harm. We should not commit any corruption. That is our social responsibility being a Muslim. And we should not kill any soul or any human being, because if we kill any soul or human being, as if we are killing the mankind. That is stated in Quran, Surah 5, verse 32. So now we have covered in the meantime 2 important aspects of sustainability, and we have seen Muslims' responsibility for environment and Muslims' responsibility for good societal practices. The third aspect is governance, the spirit of governance or code of governance, in order to discharge responsibility with accountability, ethics, and transparency. If you look at the corporate governance code, corporate governance principles of every country, you will find 3 important aspects of governance, that is accountability, ethics, and transparency. And governance is the third important aspect recently added. And that is one of the component of the sustainability. So regarding governance, Islam states very clearly, lays down very clearly, "O mankind, lo, we have created you male, female, and have made you nations and tribes, that ye may know one another. Lo, the noblest of you in the sight of Allah is the best in conduct." So the person who has the best conduct, he is considered to be the noblest in the eye of Allah, in the eye of Islam. And the most perfect of believers in faith is the best of them in moral excellence. So morality is one of the important aspects of governance. We know that. And we should be kindest to our wives, and so to our brothers, to our sisters, to our neighbors. So we understand that we should not consume other person's wealth unjustly. So that is not legally and also not ethically accepted. And if whoever of you sees an evil action, let him change it with his hand. If he is not able to do so, then with his tongue. And if he is not able to do so, then with his heart. And that is the weakest of faith, of Iman, according to Hadith. So this verse indicates the oversight role of the Muslim. In corporate governance, we can see securities regulators, governments, board of directors, they have oversight role. But here we can see the oversight role of the Muslim to fix other persons. There are more points about the spirit of governance. We can see when given authority in land, establish salah, give zakat, and forbid what is wrong. So we need to prevent what is wrong. We should be accountable for that. We should take responsibility for that. And we have the responsibility to judge with justice according to Quran. And the business organizations should recruit not only strong persons, but also trustworthy persons, because they are ethical, they are responsible, they are accountable. And do not let the hatred of people deviate you from justice. So we should not be deviated from the justice. We should maintain accountability. We should maintain equity in our thinking, in our judgment. And if a noble person committed theft, according in prior to Islam, if a noble person committed to theft, they used to leave him. But if a weak person among them committed theft, they used to inflict the legal punishment on him. By Allah, if Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, committed theft, Muhammad will cut off her hand, according to Bukhari. So now it does not matter whether the corrupt person is a family member or neighbor or relatives or not. So justice should be maintained. That is our accountability. That is our responsibility. Indeed, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous. Abdullah radiallahu ta'ala anhu reported that Allah's Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, every one of you is a guardian and accountable. So instead, the Khalifa is a custodian of the people. Parents are the custodians of the children. So we have the accountability according to Bukhari. And worst of guardians is a cruel ruler. So administrator should be accountable to the public, should take care of the public. So should be ethical to the public, should be honest to the public. And Allah commands justice and fair dealing. Surah Al-Hal, verse 90. And we sent our messengers with clear signs and to establish justice among the people, according to Quran, Al-Hadith, Surah Al-Hadith, verse 25. So it is also advised in Quran that, or laid down in Quran, that stand out firmly for justice. And as witness of Allah, even if it be against yourself, your parents, your relatives, whether it is against the rich or the poor. So it does not matter who the person is, we should stand out firmly to maintain justice. And regarding transparency, we can see provision in Surah Al-Baqarah. Oh, you who believe, when you deal with each other, the transactions should be scribed, should be written down faithfully. So that is our responsibility in the business organizations, in personal dealings as well, in contract as well. We should write down everything. That is for the sake of transparency. Load the hearing and the sight and the heart of each of these will be asked. Man is evidence against himself. So on the day of judgment, our nose, our mouth, our eyes, our ears, our hands, our legs, everything will give evidence against us. So how much accountable we have to be? We should be careful about our accountability, because if we do not do the good thing, honest thing, right thing, equitable thing, we will be caught on the day of judgment. And we should not take other person's property, and at the same time, we should not squander or spend my wealth or our wealth wastefully. Surah Al-Isra, verse 26 to 27. And surely Allah does not change the condition of people until they change their own condition. Surah Al-Ra'd, verse 11. So it means that the Muslims and the should be innovative. They should invent new business practices. They should demonstrate continuous efforts with accountability, honesty, equity, and ethics. So that's the last slide. In the meantime, we have covered the three main aspects of sustainability, as you know today: environment, society, and what is called corporate governance, ESG. And we have found a lot of verses, a lot of provisions laid out in Quran and Hadith 1400 years ago regarding Muslims' responsibility for environment, Muslims' responsibility for societal practices, and Muslims' responsibility to maintain governance in order to discharge responsibility, accountability, ethics, and transparency. So the concept of sustainability is very much familiar in Islam, but people are talking now in the 21st century about sustainability. So now here is the glory of Islam, glory of our religion. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, I took a time little bit more. Otherwise, I could not explain the slide or main honesty, equity, and ethics. So that's the last slide. In the meantime, we have covered the three main aspects of sustainability, as you know today: environment, society, and what is called corporate governance, ESG. And we have found a lot of verses, a lot of provisions laid out in Quran and Hadith 1400 years ago regarding Muslims' responsibility for environment, Muslims' responsibility for societal practices, and Muslims' responsibility to maintain governance in order to discharge responsibility, accountability, ethics, and transparency. So the concept of sustainability is very much familiar in Islam, but people are talking now in the 21st century about sustainability. So now here is the glory of Islam, glory of our religion. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, I took a time little bit more. Otherwise, I could not explain the slide or main aspects of sustainability in Islam. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an English expression by Geoffrey Chaucer: all good things must come to an end. So does our conference. The time has finally come. With that, we heartily invite Dr. Rahayati Ahmad, Conference Director and Director of Research Management Center, UniSHAMS, to deliver the closing speech.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all the participants. Now we are coming to the end of this conference. I'm Dr. Rahayati Ahmad, representing all the committees and the collaborators, UITM Merbuk, ISDEF, Kitab, and Undip. Would like to express our gratitude to all the participants who submitted and presented their wonderful idea and experience in this conference. I also would like to thanks Ministry of Higher Education for funding this conference, and inshallah we will see you for the next conference. Thank you very much.
Sekejap. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing speech marked the end of a successful conference, Alhamdulillah. We are certain that everyone is satisfied with the learnings you gained from these sessions. We would like to thank all of you, the speakers, the participants, the technical team in charge of running the program, and not forgetting the obliging committee members. Thank you very much. And we would like to apologize for the mistakes, the hiccups that might have occurred throughout the session. Final word from us. Take care and see you again next time. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.